Oskaloosa. It's our community, and we're thankful to be a part of it. Telling its stories, sharing its smiles. We're building community, keeping you informed, giving you a voice, letting you know you're never alone during the victories and the losses, happiness and pain. For tomorrow's a new day, and we'll be there, working for you, ready to tell your story. That's our commitment. It's what we do, now and in the future, because we're always on. We're Oskaloosa News. Oskaloosa. It's our community, and we're thankful to be a part of it. Telling its stories, sharing its smiles. We're building community, keeping you informed, giving you a voice, letting you know you're never alone during the victories and the losses, happiness and pain. For tomorrow's a new day, and we'll be there, working for you, ready to tell your story. That's our commitment. It's what we do, now and in the future, because we're always on. We're Oskaloosa News.
Well, welcome to Oskaloosa News Live. We're here on Facebook. I'm sitting here with Monty Goodike, right?
That's correct, yep.
And I'm Jason Van Zetten. We're going to be going through the night. We're going to be looking at basically election results going through, and I'm actually going to get a chance to talk with Monty. Monty has got a lot of experience really inside the campaigns. He's got some great footage that we're going to get into. He deals with media. Monty, tell me exactly kind of what your background is when you came into this, because we just started talking about doing this last week, first time that we had met.
Yeah, yep, absolutely.
And, first off, I got to bring it up. You're a huge TikTok star. You're getting the check. You're getting the blue check by it, which is huge. How many millions of viewers do you have right now?
No, I have tens of thousands.
You
of
have
viewers.
tens of
Yes,
thousands.
yes.
All right,
millions of views on my TikToks.
Millions
yes.
of views in your TikTok, and
which incidentally, my biggest TikTok is Donald Trump telling a little boy that he's Batman.
And I actually want to go through that a little bit later, because that was such a good video, because it was one of the things that when you look at that particular video, it was really behind the scenes. You get to see Corey Lewandowski on there.
Yep.
And at that time is when Trump was coming in. There was 16 people in the field. And you kind of see when you look back, at least when I was looking at it.
And he had just announced that he was running for president. And technically, I don't think he had even announced that he was running for president yet at that point, because it was in 2015.
Right. And I think, it was funny when I was looking at some of the video that you had, when you see Trump on there in that plane and the way that he's interacting with the video on there, it was actually very different. It was kind of a different type of Trump that I saw, that when I normally see Trump out on the campaign, being not even the reality star, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But you got to see him being
grandfatherly.
Yeah.
That's
actually like
exactly
normal,
what it
like
was,
sitting down with a guy and be like, you know what? If we're going to take a helicopter ride with a guy, that's the guy that we want to fly with.
Yeah, they used to say you want to have a beer with a presidential candidate. Well, in this case, in Trump's case, he's somebody you want to go for a helicopter ride with.
Right, and I think if we can grab that footage somewhere in there, that would probably be a good time to do this, because I want to give people a little bit of background on you, because I think it was really good.
Sure.
In the fact of, just leading in, because you were telling me the story of how you were there and you were behind some of these campaigns and you were working with some of these guys. And, in the video, if you haven't seen it for, it was all of, at that point, 6 years ago? Is that what we're looking at? So I think when he first came in, was it 6 years? Has it been that long?
This was 2016 when this video was actually made, but
yeah,
it was in 2015 when we filmed this individual part.
Yeah, and I like I said, I think one of the things that I particularly really liked about the video was the fact that it was It was a normal guy.
Yeah.
It was a normal guy. Your normal billionaire in his helicopter saying,
normal Batman. Yes.
Right. And for those of you that didn't remember, he did get picked up by the national media, the kids in there, and Trump looks at the camera. He's, I'm Batman.
I'm Batman.
I'm Batman. And so right before I'm Batman, he's also warning the camera guys, like, yeah, watch out for the blades because they hurt, which I thought was great.
I don't know if that's in this video. Should I play this video? Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's play this. Can we hear it?
Should be.
So for those of you who are watching, are we? We're running everything live, and so as you can see, this discombobulation of stuff going on everywhere.
This kind of looks like Batman's lair, actually.
Yeah,
with all
well,
the devices.
I hope not.
So, Monty, it might be on your end here that we're not hearing this.
So as we
is it
run this
possible?
live, we'll have a few technical things to
Yeah,
work out.
absolutely. Oh, here we go.
I'm not charging any travel costs either.
I'm going to start this over. Here we go.
All right,
We're gonna
here we
start
go.
this over.
Might be on the big boy you have here, right? It's fantastic.
Well, I'm dressed like the lavender marshmallow. I'm glad we had a big background. Donna, yeah, they've done a great job. Thanks for coming.
To speak at your event, and I'm not charging him anything. He said, then I'm flying my own jet, Trump jet, and I'm not charging any travel costs either to get me. He goes, then I'm going to go do a donor reception for you here in Ames so everybody gets a chance to meet, and I'm not charging anything there either. He goes, and top it off, I'm going to give you a donation too. And I thought, after I saw that 63 million figure, we're in business. It'll be very boring because everyone will know who's going to win. Have a good time. Nice to see you. How are you? How are you?
We do have.
Hey, come on, Monty. We're going to be fine.
Yes. Mr. Trump,
Yes,
are you Batman?
I am Batman.
So anyway, that was the scene of President Trump, not president then, but he was telling the little boy that I'm Batman,
Right. Now,
which is epic.
no, it was absolutely one of the greatest things ever because you got to see a guy actually on there on the campaign trail who really hasn't campaigned before,
No.
really hasn't probably interacted with really honestly a lot of people on that level.
No.
And it was, to me, a great moment because you had got that behind the scenes footage.
So I have to give credit to Liam Bowman, Sarah's son Liam, who is no longer a minor, but he was a minor when he shot this. But I was actually supposed to be on that helicopter. At the last minute, we made arrangements for him to hold my GoPro because the two national media people budged in front of me. So I was not able to ride along with them. So this was actually filmed by Liam with my GoPro.
Right, because Martha Raddatz had to stick her
Yeah.
nose in there and kick you
yeah,
off and be like,
it's-
oh, no, I'm national media.
I'm national media.
You know what?
Yes,
if you
yeah.
just said, whoa, I got a blue check and I'm a TikTok star, I'm good to go. It didn't exist.
didn't exist.
Yeah. You got to get in there. You like, hey, Trump, I got TikTok, man.
So what I'm actually planning on doing, and Sarah knows this, is that I still have the GoPro camera, and Tana Gertz, who is one of Donald Trump's helpers here in Iowa, she's going to get him to sign that GoPro for Liam, and I'm going to give that GoPro to Liam,
That's awesome.
so that he has that for history.
That's great because like I said, when you covered all these, but this wasn't the only one that you had covered either. And I think
Covered all of them, yeah, except
Right.
for Hillary, yeah.
right. And you weren't well liked by Hillary either, by the way, right?
No, I was told I was allowed into one event, and that was after the debates, and they actually assigned a person to stick with me. They wouldn't let me go towards the front because they were afraid I might ask her a real question.
Yeah.
And so they actually assigned a guy to not leave my side for the entire event.
Yeah, that's never happened with the Biden campaign at all. Did
No,
we ever
absolutely
get
not.
Did we ever get a real question in there at all? I
From
didn't.
to the Biden campaign?
Yeah, I never
Oh,
saw
I
one.
could have asked questions to the Biden.
Or you could
campaign.
have got in.
Oh
You-
yeah,
you-
absolutely.
you-
I could have gone in right here in Oskaloosa. Yep.
So after that campaign, how much of the Trump campaign did you get a chance to cover? How many of those did you go to? Did you get anything else like that?
Oh, I went to endless events between 2014 and 2016 or 2015. There were a few events that I wasn't allowed in because long story, but there were a few events that I wasn't allowed to go into. But other than that, I can't even count how many events I went to.
I think one of the interesting things, when I was talking about this, and those of us that, if you're a Trump supporter, if you're conservative, I think one of the things that really obviously drives everybody nuts was the fact of the way that obviously the media has treated Trump. That being said, you're kind of on the inside of that media. How did you see that as that coverage? I mean,
it was so obvious. It was so obvious that the media was anti-Trump, yet the media, in my opinion, is why Trump won. It was because of that negative media. That media actually built the Trump MAGA world, the supporters, that negative media. And to this day, his supporters still shout out the media because they were so unfair with him. And they were.
Well, it surprises me how far, when you look at the Democrat Party, how far they've overplayed their hands in so many aspects to, the point of, whether it's Black Lives Matter or Antifa, or we saw the riots going on everywhere. When you see this, where particularly when it seemed like, if we go back to June, right, where a lot of people were thinking, Biden was going to win, and they had a lot of momentum, if you're going to take that for what it is for the media. But they were trying to go after the suburban voters, right? They're suburban women, and in which case they unleash Black Lives Matter, and they're basically marching through the neighborhoods of people. We saw it in Missouri. We saw it in other countless. And if you're trying to do that, I almost think that was the nail in the coffin. I think we're both thinking that Trump's going to walk away with this tonight, whether it's
let's clarify that. I don't know about walk away with it tonight. I think there's a slight possibility that this could be a 269. Now, I put that chance at about 5%, but I think that it is possible that's what happens tonight.
269. I don't think it's going to be that. I think you're going to have very similar to what happened last time, if not even more. And I think, when it comes down to all the scare tactics and essentially I think for me, and I think a lot, the rest of America, when we're looking at this, I felt like they're literally trying to put a gun to our head and saying, listen, this is what's going to happen to you in your cities if you vote Trump. We're going to back the police off. We're going to defund the police. We're going to let everybody go riot. And then, oh, by the way, you better vote for us. And that's just not what America was basically based on.
Well, here's the problem with that premise is that Trump voters I shouldn't say they don't care about the police, but we are our own police. Do you know what I mean? We're the party of the Second Amendment. Republican Party is. And, we don't really need the police. We don't rely on the police to protect ourselves on a daily basis.
Well, not on a daily basis, but we definitely we have to have the police there to go out and basically have those people that we're going to call on. And
for law and order purposes, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't think you're advocating defund the police.
Oh, no.
No. All right, so I think when, especially if you're in a blue state, here's the problem that I have. If you're a concealed carry guy, if you're out there, CCW, if you got, whatever you've got going on, if you're in a very blue state or a blue town or a blue city and you have to go to your CCW to protect yourself or your family or somebody's breaking in, and you pull it out and you shoot a guy, and all of a sudden you have a Democratic prosecutor.
Yeah, you better have millions and millions
you've
of
got
dollars.
Millions of dollars.
Yep.
And, look at the kid in Kenosha, Wisconsin that's still sitting there in a jail. That has, to me, it's tough to say, when we're sitting here and we look at the video. And
how much of the video did we see? 20 seconds, maybe?
Well, I guess it depends on which. There's a couple of them. His defense fund put out a great video that's almost 10 minutes long that shows piece by piece by piece of what exactly happened. Now, that was on Tucker. That was on Hannity. Unfortunately, there's only one station that shows anything, and it was Fox. And if it wasn't Fox showing this, now, I saw it there. And then I went and I found it on YouTube, and it was the first time that I saw it on YouTube, where I saw the full start to finish, and they had several cameras on that, where the kid was literally being hunted down. The guy had a Glock standing over top of him, and the other guy was beating him with a skateboard. Right.
Yeah,
and so he pulls out and he shoots the guy, and
what
then he gets up.
What would you have done? I might have done the same exact thing. And once the kid gets in front of a jury, that's going to be completely different because a jury's going to put themselves in his place if his defense lawyer is any good.
Right. Well, I think to your point, though, is when you say we protect ourselves and maybe we even protect our own for a certain extent. How many of us were sitting there, small town Oskaloosa, right? We're going to go out and we're going to pick up an AR-15 and we're going to go out to the local dealership or even, whether it's a car dealership, whether it's your own business or maybe it's even your church.
Sure.
If you're going to go out there, you're going to pick up your AR-15 and all of a sudden, we have a Black Lives Matter thing. They were bringing the fight to rural America, and that was their whole point of it when they came down here. So,
there was a Black Lives Matter here in Oskaloosa?
Yeah.
I guess I wasn't aware
Yeah,
of that.
there was. It was a couple months ago. I don't think it was a real big deal.
Were they really the grassroots Black Lives Matter, or was it the politicized? Because there was a grassroots Black Lives Matter thing to start with. It was very, very small, and then they were kind of co-opted and taken over by a big political machine.
Well, I can't speak for what the organization was.
I covered those. I covered them. I was in the middle of the riots. I was tear gassed. I was maced at the state capitol along with them. So
how fun was that?
It sucked. It was about one of the worst 15 minutes of my life. But after 15 minutes, it feels like your skin's burning off and your eyes, water and you can't see anything. But after 15 minutes, it was cool and back to regular.
All right,
life.
so you were there. You're in the mix of that. You're down being tear gassed and everything else. One of the things that I heard and one of the things that it looked like is you've got these white middle class kids.
Mm-hmm.
All right, is that really? I mean, come on.
Yeah,
let's,
there were more white middle class kids than there were black people.
Right, and yet here, people like you that are in the media, that are in the fight, that are down there, that are actually shooting this, actually should be reporting on what they should be reporting, the actual truth and the facts.
It's out there.
Can't put it out there and go, oh, by the way, the white kid over there is 14 and he's got his mask on and he just wants to raise hell.
Well, see, here's the problem: is it's out there. I shot it. I shot every minute of it. It is on my outlet. I'm not going to name the outlet because I got to get Ken's permission to name it. I'll get that later. But it's on my outlet. And if people want, if the media wants to show the truth is out there. But they have to be willing to seek it, and they have to be wanting to show it. And if there's, I think the media has incentive to not show it, perhaps.
And I think a lot of times, when I see stuff, guys like you that go out and maybe do the grassroots stuff, right? And they go out and they get the actual raw footage. You bring in the raw product and it comes into the newsroom. And the time it gets to the newsroom, it's got to go through the editing guy, and it goes to the editing guy, and it goes to the producer. And the time it gets to the producer, it goes to the anchor. And you've got so many filters in there that are basically biased to one side of it. It gets pre-filtered out. And the fact is you don't really get to see the raw footage, and they never show it. We look at the Covington High School situation. That to me was an abominable disgrace to go after a 17-year-old kid and do what they did to him. Yeah. And not have the liability. Now, I would love to know in the Nick Sandman case what that settlement was, because I can't believe the kid doesn't own the company right now, to be quite honest with you.
So Nick Sandman, he was the one at the Lincoln Memorial that was almost assaulted. I mean, if somebody was this close to me in my personal space, I mean, I personally would have gotten to the point of personal protection at that point.
Right, and you know what?
I would have felt assaulted.
I have a son, and if my son handled himself that way, I'd actually be quite proud of it. He didn't do anything. He didn't reach. He just stood there. He just stood there and smiled. What else are you supposed to do if here I am, 17-year-olds in D.C., right? And you've got this guy coming up in your face. In how many of these rallies have you seen out there with you've got left-wing activists that get right in your face with these bullhorns, and they're standing 2 feet from you and they're cranking it up. And
I can tell you that it's even worse than that. As a neutral media, when I covered stuff, what I would have is laser pointers pointed at my camera sensor, and what that does is it kills pixels in your camera, and it's a pretty expensive camera that you're carrying around. So it's our pizza's here.
Well, as I said, we're running live with everything, so people kind of come and go.
Yep.
Monty was so nice to say, give me the little princess balloon. I think that came from
I had to go to Dollar General. And
yeah.
I had to get some candy and some water, and I thought, even if Trump loses tonight, Jason can still be a princess.
That's right. I mean, you can't take my princess balloon away from me.
Well, I'll have to break in here, guys, because we do have to remember we're local. So, yeah, this is Ken from back behind the monitor here. But Joe actually just brought us in some video from the courthouse, and you know, we kind of want to reach out and take care of that and get the local feel for all of this.
So you want to flip it over to Joe? We're going to check in with Joe at the courthouse?
Yeah, because, well, Joe just brought us the media, so we'll just sit down here and
okay.
Let's check it out
here, guys.
Yeah, guys, can you believe it?
kill our mics
An election where you don't have to wear a jacket. Some folks coming in here to Ward 4, the old Grant School, coming in short sleeves, some in shorts. When have we had an election like that? Normally the weather is the story. That affects turnout. But turnout may not be as big of a story as it has been in the past, as so many people voted early this year. Now, here at Ward 4, about 1,200 people voted out of Ward 4 last year. When I checked just a little bit ago, only 400 people had voted today. That means that either turnout is light or so many other people have voted ahead of time. The election officials inside here, the volunteers, told me that they had about 20 people early this morning, then maybe 100 throughout the midday, and then things really started to pick up around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock when folks were getting off work. New voter, somebody from high school, a senior in fact, registered right on the spot today, so it was great to see that. We are at Ward 4, that is Grant School, in what's an unbelievable day, finish to the day. Temperatures in Oskaloosa today reached 75 degrees, and I'm sure we'll remember this one for a long time to come. We'll continue to see what's going on across town and report back to you right here at Oski News. Joe Millage for Oski News. And we're going to send it back to Jason and Monty live at Penn Central Mall in the Oski News studios. Guys?
Well, we thank Joe for bringing that into us here. We'll check in with the local elections here as they start to come in. We've got those results here, and we'll bounce back and forth to what Joe has and what Ken has. And we'll be hitting, obviously, what's happening with the national news and what Monty's got.
And, you know, the other thing that you can do, since we are on Facebook, we're on YouTube and stuff, is when you comment, we're going to be reading these comments along with you, too. So thanks for Carolyn Voss for watching. And so, you know, feel free to comment. Not anything bad, preferably, but compliments are nice.
No, I prefer the go after Monty stuff. There you go.
Okay. Or how about the political people?
Yeah, anything happening there. You know, when we talked about this, you know, Monty, one of the things that we were looking at earlier, and, you know, is we were talking, we weren't exactly sure where we stood on the political spectrum. And one of the things that I thought was so difficult, that you don't get on the national stage, you're only going to get on the local stages, you're only going to get places just like from us. And we wanted to do a show that was basically sitting around the bar or your kitchen table and not, you know, kind of blocking out what the national noise was. And so many times we've forgotten to have what a respectful conversation was on some different areas. And I think you and I had some disagreements in a few areas.
You know, people don't do that anymore. When I was growing up, the kitchen table at my mom and dad's house was the place where neighbors and friends and everybody would sit around and play cards and talk about everything from politics to religion and everything, and it never got out of hand. It was always respectful. It was always a important discussion, and everybody's opinion was treated the same, you know, with respect. And I don't see that happening anymore. And I'm going to take some of the blame myself. I'm not inviting my friends and family over to sit at my kitchen table and do that. I haven't done that. But I think that it's something of a lost art form today.
I think the most difficult thing is, you know, to start any of these conversations is what facts do we go with just to start just to start the discussion off. You know, what do you and I agree on right now just to go get the facts? I mean, when we're sitting here, you know, Monty has his screens going, I've got my screens going, we've got 4 screens up there, I've got 1 screen back here, we've got one over here with Ken, and we've got information constantly bouncing in. And you and I were just talking, just to give you a simple example of what we're looking at for, you know, electoral votes that were coming in from around the country. We're looking at that, and we're seeing, you know, MSNBC's got one vote tally, NBC's got another. Okay, this isn't difficult to say, all right, well, let's take one set of facts and let's go off of that. Now, we talked about this before. You can have your own set of facts.
Well, like we when we came in here, we had the TV on Fox News, and I said, okay, well, so right off the bat, we're going to go right wing, and that was kind of a joke, but in my opinion, it is more right leaning. At least in my own opinion, CNN is halfway truth, half truths, and I can usually figure out which parts are untrue. So, getting news today, and Ken said he reads news from all over the place and just to try to gather the most accurate information. And I think that's kind of what you have to do today is just gather as much information from as many sources as you possibly can, analyze it, and make your decision yourself.
And I think that's the only approach that you can have. When everybody goes, Fox News is right wing, I kind of look and I step back and I go, the only thing that makes Fox News really right wing is the fact that every other channel is so far to the left.
Correct.
If any of those were in the middle, it would be that Fox really would be in the middle. When I watch Fox News, I see them try to make an honest attempt to look at both sides, give both people a equal time. And it's not such a visceral attack as what you see on ABC, NBC, CBS, MSNBC, even ESPN. I mean, you look at what's going on with these athletes, what's happening on the sports. I unbelievably absolutely cannot stand what these professional athletes have done to the sports. They've killed it for everybody.
They politicize sports. And people people want to go to movies. People want to go to sports events to get away from politics.
And you know what? I got to be honest with you. I mean, I love football. I'm a diehard Hawkeye, and I saw the absolute garbage that was going on with the university and the way that Kurt Ferentz has handled this, the way that Barta has handled this, and they were sending out on Instagram basically, if you didn't support us and Black Lives Matter, we'll just play in 500 fans, and the rest of you can go to hell. That I had a huge problem with, and you know what? If you want to do that, go right ahead. There you go.
It's going to cost them.
You're getting your wish. You're playing in your 500 fans, and nobody else is watching. I have a tough time now watching Iowa, and I was a diehard Hawkeye fan.
And look at the athletic department now, but they're gutting their budgets and they're starving for money.
Well, yeah, and I think that's a great point. I mean, it's not just Iowa. When you look at even some of the bigger places, Stanford, Harvard, and take your university wherever you want to go. And I think these guys have become such behemoths inside of these institutions where they basically become, they become institutions to themselves. I mean, look at the buildings that they have. And the fact that you can have, a bowling team and a badminton team and a tennis team and a ping pong team might just say, we might be making a little too much money here. Let's give a full ride scholarship to the ping pong people.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I just, there's enough that's
I was always bad at ping pong, so I'm not going to try out for that.
I mean, I think there's some shot glasses around here. I mean,
we could try some ping pong sports.
I think we've got to get a handle back on that. And so it was kind of, in a way, I hate to say it, but it was a little refreshing when I saw finally normal economics hit, some of these colleges, and the fact that, we might not be able to have 2027 teams. We might.
Well, then you wonder why your tuition is so high when you go to Iowa State and University of Iowa. Do you wonder why you have to pay that ridiculous amount of money? I mean, some of those teachers and some of those administrators are making hundreds and thousands of dollars, if not millions. And Kurt Ferentz makes how much? $6 million?
I think it's around $4 or $5 million bucks. But the problem that and that's off the state's dime, and that's really what that actually bothers me more than anything. I would have loved the fact. Honestly, where was our state legislature in the fact that says, if you guys want to go be political activists on top of that, pull the money. Pull it out of there.
Yeah. Let BLM pay his pay.
Right.
Pay
I mean, I would
salary.
love to have one of these state house run candidates come in here. Ken, come on in. I mean, I want to know where people like that are that sit there and say, if you're going to stand for Black Lives Matter, if you're going to do these political things, if you're going to stand up and take money from the taxpayer, then we have a right to take it back as far as I'm concerned. I wish the state would have said, hey, you know what? Put it on the table. At least put it to a vote.
Well, that's the advantage. We're going to put everything to the vote tonight. So your vote counts. Every vote counts, really. So tonight, those decisions are being made. Do we have news coming up, Ken? Is my watch right?
No, 9:06 is our.
Oh, 9:06. Okay,
is our
sorry about
first,
that.
Election update after the polls close.
Gotcha.
So we're at 7:28. We're still waiting for some of the local races to come in as they go through, and we're watching some of the national.
Yeah, are you seeing any results on the locals yet?
Well, we'll bring that up here real quick. We can share that with folks.
Gotcha.
So there's the. This is a little tricky to get used to here, so it has its own.
It is. We're working on bugs tonight. That's okay.
And yeah, but anyway, we do have the county auditor's website ready here, and we'll be looking at those results as they come in live tonight.
You know, we're also going to be taking some calls and stuff like that. If you want to write down a number and call in later, it is 641-417-8092. 641-417-8092. We're not going to take calls quite yet because my phone's dead and it's charging, but very soon we will be able to take your calls.
All right. Well, we have Monty back on your live. Can you believe that?
Man, live is my life.
So
I enjoy this.
yeah, this has been an interesting. Yep, that is me back here behind the monitor waving my hand. So I am here.
Ken is to my left.
So
There he is. Little delayed, but that's
yeah,
okay.
it's a little delayed but yeah, I'm here, and
We
we have Charlie Comfort, and Joe Millage is actually out there getting some extra footage for us tonight. So I think he has said that he's had a conversation with some voters, so we might run that here in a few minutes.
Oh, excellent. I'm anxious to hear what they have to say.
So, well, let's go ahead and I'll see if we can get that queued up here.
You know, that's what, Jason, I got to tell you, that's one of the funnest things that I got to cover was those Trump rallies. The one thing I really liked about it is I would go up to the people that just showed up out of the blue. I mean, I met people that came from 5-6 states away just to come to a Trump rally and see Donald Trump. And we can talk about it more later after Ken's news. But that to me, that was one of the most exciting things about those rallies and about the election.
You know, there was something so incredibly different about that. And I think that was one of the things that, honestly, you know, again, if you're a Republican or a conservative, for the most part, I think we felt like we've been sold out by a lot of our party. And so for the last really, I mean, you know, I'm at 44, right? So I didn't really grow up. I mean, I knew who Reagan was, but obviously I wasn't really political. I couldn't vote on anything. And so the time you got to vote really for, you know, Gen X, you were sort of maybe around the Bill Clinton years, maybe around the Bush years, and you kind of saw what was happening there. And the time that you kind of got into it, you ran into these very polished politicians. You had the McCain's out there, which I thought was absolutely terrible. Yes, I know we love his service. I got it. But the guy as a politician, he stunk.
He is.
He was terrible. And then you move on to somebody like Romney, and it was like you got these very polished guys, and it was like I kind of hope that when it'll be interesting to see what happens after Trump, whether it's this election or another 4 years, what's going to happen with the Republican Party? Are they going to go back to that same old politician? You kind of even look at where you're at now with Biden. You have that same type of mold, right?
Yeah, 50 years he's been in
You got
government.
the guy that's been there 50 years. He comes out and he says, you know, basically what the talking points are, and it's the same old political mold. And I don't really think, I think when you look at this and you step back and you see what Trump is really doing, he's just being himself. And he's just coming out and saying, this is the way it is. And I think so many people are just sick and tired of hearing the lip service and never getting anything done.
Yep, absolutely. And for that, we'll go to Ken with some local news.
All right. Well, we're going to take this to Joe. Joe just sent us this video just a little bit ago of some local voters, and he had a chat with them. So.
Thanks a lot, guys. I am outside of Ward 2 at Fellowship Bible Church. Coincidentally, Ward 3, Precinct 3, is just across the street at the Iowa State Extension Office. So this is a busy place. Cars are still rolling in here at this late hour, and, of course, the polls will close at 9 o'clock. 655 people voted at this particular precinct 4 years ago, and when I checked the counter just a couple of seconds ago, already 425 had voted. That would give you an indication that maybe turnout is indeed up this election cycle, especially because all of those absentee ballots that have already been received by the Mahaska County auditors, as we mentioned in an earlier broadcast, 6,800 ballots had already been returned as of this morning. Now I've got a couple of folks that voted here tonight. Don and Tammy Ward, come on in here. We're just going to say hi to you. And first of all, I'll make sure that you're in my picture. Scoot up just a little bit. Process pretty painless?
Oh, yeah, it's pretty easy. Just make your choices, put your ballot in.
Tammy, how many times do you vote every election cycle, or was this one more of interest to you?
Every election since the age of 18.
Oh, wow. Congratulations. You should get an award in there, but they're probably not handing them out. Now, Don, any particular race that you were interested in more so than another one here?
The presidential race.
And did you make your mind up some time ago?
I did.
All right. So you were just waiting for today to come vote.
I was.
And Tammy, how about you?
Same
thing.
Yep, we've had many discussions.
Very good. Now, I'm curious, will Don and Tammy go home and flip on the TV and then see what happens, or you guys just want to be out, you want to be done with this election?
Pretty much done with it, but I'll check up to see what's going on.
How about, no, Tammy's shaking her head.
I watch it.
Oh,
yep,
very good.
To the end.
You might be up late tonight, Tammy.
Yes.
All right. Well, very good. Any other comments, any other thoughts on this year's election? Anything local or state that you were interested in?
Not right off the top of my head, no.
All right, it's Don and Tammy Miller stopping in here at Ward number 2, Precinct 2 here at Fellowship Bible Church, and thank you guys for being so brave to talk with us tonight.
Have a good night.
All right, thank you guys. We're going to send it back to the Penn Central Mall studios. Jason and Monty live at Penn Central Mall in the Oski News studios. Joe Millage, Oski News.
Oskaloosa, it's our community, and we're thankful to be a part of it. Telling its stories, sharing its smiles. We're building community, keeping you informed, giving you a voice, letting you know you're never alone during the victories and the losses, happiness and pain. For tomorrow's a new day, and we'll be there, working for you, ready to tell your story. That's our commitment. It's what we do, now and in the future, because we're always on. We're Oskaloosa News. Oskaloosa.
Welcome back. I'm Jason Van Zetten, sitting here with Monty Goodike, and we're just going through what's going on with the national election and his opinion on what was happening in the national media. But, you know, we want to talk a little bit about what's happening here in Iowa. And I think one of the bigger races that we had all been looking about, at least I know I've been flooded with, was the Teresa Greenfield-Ernst race. Yeah. I know the national media has been focused on that quite intently because they think that's a seat that they're going to be able to flip. But, you know, when we had talked about this earlier and when we looked about the Greenfield, you kind of stepped away from it. I think there was a lot of, I know a lot of conservatives feel like, you know, the Ernst camp had become a very polished politician. We were just talking about this earlier. We were just talking about, you know, the McCains, the Romneys, and to much of that extent, the Bidens, and how it feels like, you know,
it feels like she went Washington on us.
Yeah,
a little bit.
100%.
But then again, I had a chance to. I covered an event in Hardin County, and had a chance to talk with her a little bit personally at somebody's home, private fundraiser, and it was the same Joni Ernst that I knew from before her election. It was the same person. So I can't help but wonder how much the media really has to play in that image.
Yeah, and I guess for me, and I think it's just such a different time in politics where you've got such a bold leader like Trump that'll come out and he'll just, you know, put it on the table regardless of what probably his advisors say, and everybody says this, oh, you're not going to get elected for the next 4 years. What are you doing? You know, you can't do that.
Like, please don't say it.
Don't tweet say that. But you know what? And you know, I think, you know, for me, you know, just what was resonating, you know, I saw, you know, she's a very eloquent speaker. She's very smart, but it just gives this very polished thing. And I was, you know, had that conversation with you, and I had met with her several times at a few other house parties and had the chance. You know, one of the great things about Ernst was the fact that she'll sit there and she'll talk to you, and it just seems to me, right, when I talk with her, completely normal person. Like that's who Joni is,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That's who it is.
That's who she is.
And then I turn on the TV and I look at the way that she's voting and some of this other stuff, and it's like, what are you doing?
And her commercials were that way also.
Yeah, right. I mean, it was going to be, she was going to Washington to basically castrate half everybody, and none of that happened. As a matter of fact, she became part of the wheel. And when I saw the Greenfield stuff, and I think this is what's happening with a lot of people, that you looked at some of what I think she was doing in a lot of her ads, was I think she was just touching those people in a way that was different.
Sure.
And I think you even mentioned that too. We talked about that.
Sure. I don't know a lot about Teresa Greenfield, but yeah, her advertisements are definitely getting more attention, and I think from what I'm being told inside of the workings is that they believe that they're going to win tonight.
Well, okay, let's be serious though.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay, great. Good.
There was so much ad money spent on Teresa Greenfield. How could you?
We can't
not
hear you very well.
So there was so much money spent. on
Outside
Teresa-
money.
Outside
Outside
money.
money.
I mean, how
Yeah.
did you
How
not
many millions?
see Teresa Greenfield's face like
Oh, my goodness.
13 times every hour?
Did you ever watch a YouTube video
Well, no,
without
I-
seeing her face?
Well, that's
Wow.
that's exactly the point that I'm making, is the fact that the only way that I never saw her, I never saw her come through here, I never heard her speak, I never
No.
shook her hand,
Never met
I
her.
never saw anything at all from her whatsoever. Now, whether
I'm a
that
professional photojournalist who covers all the political candidates, and I've never met her. Ever.
I'm the local reporter, and I've never had a chance.
You've never had a chance to meet her. Okay, so that tells you everything right there.
And we had talked about, and I think one of the really, really interesting things about Iowa is I think, when you look at New Hampshire and you look at some of these other states, that type of, ad campaign might work. But I think one of the things that I think is always interested me in Iowa is I think Iowa ends up with the people that they touch and they can feel. And that's probably because Iowa's one of those first in the nation type of people. We have a lot more opportunity to be able to be hands-on with those types of people.
Well, we're used to it. Ever since I was old enough to go along with my dad to political things, we would be able to talk to presidential candidates and talk to Senate candidates along with them. And
So maybe I missed it, but did anybody happen to see Joni Ernst this campaign cycle?
yes, a couple times.
Yeah.
Where at?
Yeah,
Was she here in
Hardin
Oskaloosa?
County. I didn't see her in Oskaloosa, but she was in Hardin County
Well,
at
I mean,
a corn
'cause
feed
our,
event.
our primary audience is probably Mahaska County voters.
Sure,
and,
yeah.
They
I didn't
get a
see her in
chance-
Jasper County. No.
I didn't see her come through here, but that, I'm bouncing around to different places. And, now again, how much did COVID play into any of this, and, where she was at? And, and that's really for both candidates. I think it's tough. I think it's easy, when we talk about Ernst for that, pre-COVID, she's out there and she's been running around the counties.
So maybe this contradicts. No, this does contradict what I was going to say about Joni Ernst. But one interesting thing is at the private house party, there was nobody wearing masks. The governor was there, the senator was there. Now, of course, out in public, they're wearing masks everywhere. But this is a private party with 50 people in this house, and not one mask was being worn.
I think everything, when you look at, I guess, where you're going to stand on the coronavirus, one of the things that really bothers me is they never talk about anybody that's actually had the virus.
I've had it.
Right. Okay, so tell me about your experience. I mean, why
Well,
aren't we
it was-
talking about that?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if people really want to hear about the coronavirus. And
Well, unless you were on the toilet for 4 days.
No,
No, I don't
no.
want to hear it. But you
No,
know,
my whole family had it actually, and it basically was a really bad headache. It was a fever, and you were down for practically a week. I didn't have to go on oxygen, but I had to do the inhaler quite a bit and stuff like that. It sucked for about 2 weeks, and now I'm better.
right. And I think, again, when it comes to any virus or any cold or anything, yes, you're going to have a certain amount of the population die. That is an unfortunate fact of illness in general. Doesn't matter what it is. And the fact that they keep hanging on to what the death rates are versus what are the recovery rates, and or look at the people that are getting this. What are we
Well, the
looking
people
at?
that are dying from it are people that are going to die from almost anything they get.
Right. I think there's a huge comorbidity factor that goes into the fact that, it's a nasty virus, and it's going to exacerbate anything else that you might have happening in your body.
And it'll shut you down for a couple weeks. In reality, you won't be able to work. You won't be able to do anything else for a couple weeks.
And I think the big scare that I ran into a guy in the gym the other day, and I said, hey, how's it going? And he's like, you know what? I had the coronavirus, and he was 65 years old. And I think everybody goes, oh my God, he's 65 years old. You're going to die. What are you doing? You're going to kill us all. You should be hiding with a mask on. And he's out. He's like,
he's in the basement with Joe.
He wasn't. He was like, you know what? I'm fine. You know, I had a cold for about a week. I lost my, sense of taste and smell. Yeah. And then here we go.
Now, that's interesting because I didn't lose that, but my wife and daughter did lose taste and smell. But I didn't. So it affects everybody differently.
Yeah, and I think that's, one of the scary things about any of these viruses. But the fact is that we're not really talking about what is really the fact of herd immunity and the vaccinations and how we approach all this. I mean, generationally, if we look at the generations, it looked at this differently, right? If it was smallpox parties or chickenpox parties or, the parties that they used to have, I heard these, back in the 60s, and they do all these types of things. I think it would be, I'm surprised we haven't got to the point we're going to have COVID parties with certain people.
So Stephanie Gursky says, why are y'all talking about COVID when this is supposed to be about the election? Well, I have an answer to that, and it's because COVID had a big part on this election. I mean, it had a big effect on this election, like it or not.
Yeah, and, what a lot of the polling places are finding now, and they just started reporting on this about a week ago, is when it comes down to COVID, when it's specifically looking at younger voters, and the younger voters are starting to see these blue states, when they come out and they say they're going to shut everything down, they're pushing back, just like we're talking about. If we're talking it's going to be a simple cold, they're not going to vote. They're not going to be pushing a Biden way if they're going to be shut down for the next 6 months. So a lot of these younger voters are going out and they're seeing this, and they're saying they're breaking the other way, surprisingly enough. You know what? When I walked into, I've been into a couple Trump stores. One, I was down in Florida. I walked into a Trump store. Weird, right? A Trump store in Florida. That would never happen, right? But now you've got one here in Oskaloosa, Iowa. I walked in, and there was probably 6 or 7 kids in there buying Trump stuff. And I thought, that to me was a little bit amazing. Why do you think they're buying Trump stuff? Are they buying it because they want to be against the man? Or you think they want to do it because they're actually for Trump?
That's a good question.
Or they just want to be, kids, and they think it's going to piss people off, and, I'm going to go wear Trump because nobody else wears Trump?
Do you want to take a caller?
Yeah, that's
okay. So Steffi Gursky says, I'm confused. Is this a Republican show tonight? Hey, I would urge you to call in. The number is 641-417-8092. 641-417-8092. Call us up, talk to us about this, and
I don't think
let's see where this goes.
Yeah, I don't think it's
This isn't a Republican show. I lean libertarian.
I'd like to make this. You two are basically doing an op-ed for about 4 hours. So I mean, this is not necessarily the views of Oskaloosa News. This is
correct.
This is two people here that are quite opinionated folks, and I invited you guys to come in and have a little fun tonight, and maybe some folks that get a good laugh.
We don't represent the views of Oskaloosa News.
Yeah. So these guys. Man, they're both friends of mine.
So put your phone dial in where your mouth is, Steffi, and call us up and tell us what we're missing out, since we're supposedly the Republican show.
Right, and we did talk about it. Just the fact is, I think it's such an unbalanced place right now. I mean, when you look at the Democratic Party and you look at where we stand at conservative, they have. If you're a Democrat side of things, you've gone so far to the left. It's just tough, When was the last time we were talking about who's going to vote straight ticket, who doesn't, And I think when we're especially talking about the Ernst, the Ernst Greenfield, the Ernst Greenfield race, you could see a lot of people, and this is kind of the point that I was making, is Iowa for particular, they're going to talk, generally I think they're going to vote for the people that they can touch, they can see eye to eye. And again, I think that's a particularly Iowa thing that a lot of people don't get. So I think Iowa more in general isn't going to be the people that are out there voting straight ticket, that you could see a split. That those things could make a difference.
Yeah, she's not going to call in. She says Jason knows me well. He should know my views by now.
So Monty, what is that number? We'll put it on the screen here.
Yeah, yes. It's 641-417-8092. 417-8092.
8092.
Yeah. Call in. Tell us what you think. Tell Jason how he has Trump hair again.
It's the Trump hair. Wow.
Trump hair. That's what she said.
I have Trump. You know what?
I
I love my Trump hair. I mean, I might even put on my.
I'm a little jealous, actually.
I mean, you know, I do have the Trump thing on here, but I was saving that for a little bit later as we see stuff come through. But you know, I think it's important that we get back to the point of you know, yes, you know, if you hate Trump, I got it, right?
Yeah.
You hate Biden, I got it. All right, let's just erase the names for the second and look at the platforms right now, right? I think it's really, really hard, right? That if you really dislike Trump that much, and you look at all the policies that he's put forward, you look at everything that he's done, and you look at how it was packaged, you know, everything they said he was gonna do. All right, there is not one thing that he hasn't done that he said he hasn't done yet. So if you're a Trump person, you're not gonna go, yeah, I'm out on Trump. I don't think there's been enough there to say, you know what, I'm going to go Biden the other way, because all of a sudden, you know, it's a completely different opposite direction.
I've actually spoken to a handful of people, which I am not allowed to name. They might be friends or family that voted for Trump last time around, and this time could not bring themselves to vote for Trump.
And I'm not saying they're not out there. I mean,
yeah,
there's a handful.
They are, and
I'm sure
they just aren't speaking out publicly because part of it is fear. I mean, when you in rural towns like right now, if you go drive around town, you're going to see big pickup trucks, big loud pickup trucks with Trump flags all over them, and you know, you stick out if you put a Biden flag on the back of your pickup and you drove around town. I don't know what would happen. It would be an interesting experiment, but you wouldn't catch me doing it.
You know what? That's the stuff that I think, you know, you get from the national media that kind of bothers me in a lot of ways. Like, I don't think anything would happen to you. Everything, all right, there's a guy with a Biden plan.
Really?
Yeah. I think it's fine. Listen, I was behind a guy today that had Biden stickers all over his car. You know, I look around, you know, especially, you know, the antithesis point to that is how many people out there are going to put a Trump flag or a Trump sign out in front of their yard. So I don't see a lot of people doing that because I think they're more fear that their house is going to get spray painted or something in that aspect, that other than, you know, if I see a guy with a Biden sign, I'm like, you know, it's fine. It's your opinion.
Sure. If you called in, call again. Sorry, I missed that call at 7:49. So I just missed the call. I didn't avoid it on purpose.
So that number once again is 641-417-8092. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct. Yeah, people have it. Somebody from Oskaloosa just tried to call.
Yeah, I'd like to hear other people's thoughts on what's going on, and you know, definitely lay the smack down on Monty and Jason here. So.
Lay the smack down.
You know, when Monty and I started talking, I wasn't sure what side of the coin, you know, you were going to be on, but I think we started off the conversation, you know, going to the same point that we continue to go to, is what facts do you look at? You know,
well, I don't necessarily look at facts because, you know, I'm not a big Trump fan personally. I'm just going to put that out there. I know Donald Trump. I've met him several times, and I didn't vote for him, nor did I vote for him before, and I won't vote for him. It's more of a personal choice for me, and because I know the man behind what, you know, the guy behind what everybody else sees. You know, I know the guy that was in the helicopter, and so there are positive things, there are good things to Trump, but there are also some negative things to Trump.
So what you're saying is those of us that haven't had the opportunity to meet him, I've got a chance to meet him once. Obviously, I'm not as close combat as what you are. You know, I'm not on the Batman helicopter.
I've seen him make comments. I've heard him make comments. I've recorded him making inappropriate comments that keep me from voting for him.
Right. And, you know, I think depending on, you know, again, you can take your issues and you can pick on your issues of personally whether you like the guy or not. But I'm voting for the guy that's going to give me the best policies. You know, I
understand that.
You know, that's just where I'm at.
Yeah,
I want the guy that's going to give me the best policies. I want the guy that's going to come out and basically, you know, stand up against, you know, when we coming in against build the wall. We got to do something. We can't let everybody come in. We can't give away free health care. We can't let everybody run across the border. We can't give everybody free college. We can't do all these things. Medicare, Medicaid, health care, all of it. And then all of a sudden be like, you know what? Everything's for free. And then we're in a socialized nation. It's just, it's too much. I mean, it's gotten to the point where it was like, well, we're just going to open up the doors and throw everything in.
I don't think it's to that point yet. I think that the Democrat Party has gone overboard with some of the things. I don't think they're giving away free goats yet, like Vermin Supreme, but the free health care, free college, and stuff like that. They have to tell us how they're going to pay for that.
They come for the goat. That's all I wanted. I've been waiting 4 hours for my goat.
People will come all the way from other countries for that goat. I'm telling you.
Well, we don't have a wall. Come on in. We got free goats. Huh? Free goats, free healthcare. Come on in. We fix both. Everybody come in.
Okay, so whoever called, I can't read your number on the air, but it's a Oskaloosa number. Call us back. We're waiting for your call, anxiously awaiting. I'm going to take a drink while Jason talks, or you call.
Well, thanks for dumping it back on me, Monty. One of the things I'd like to go through a little bit more with you, especially on some of your video that you have, some of that behind the scenes video, if we could pull that up, because I always thought that was interesting, because when you're talking about seeing the man behind the scenes, and we had talked about not liking the person, but you like the policy, right? I mean, nobody likes the bouncer at the bar, but they like the bar, right? So you've got to balance that out and decide what you're going to do. And what I really liked about your footage is it was raw, it was unedited, and you kind of got the full flavor of what was happening behind the scenes. And specifically in the one of the raw video of Cormy Lumendowski getting on that plane, somebody's got to be the pit bull. And I've been a campaign manager to a couple different campaigns, and that job, quite frankly, it sucks.
It is terrible.
You got to be the bouncer to everything,
and you have to be a jerk.
And
Corey was a jerk to me. I mean,
it's part of the job.
It is part of the job,
and it sucks. I mean, there is no ifs, ands, or buts about that, because you get everybody in your face. Nobody likes you. They all want to talk to the candidate. You've got 20 people in line. I mean, I understand it. I mean, it's frustrating.
And Corey was the one that let the national media in front of me on the helicopter, so I have a personal vendetta against him.
Well, yeah, I saw it, and I mean, those are the things that, and when you do that anywhere else.
No.
Do you have anything there that comes to mind that you saw that, like the Batman footage, because, you had so much there that, it was tough to sit there and say, that was one clip, because you had literally hundreds of clips like that.
I do. So yeah, I'm kind of scoping through my old YouTube stuff, and probably need to do that during break. It's not something I can do while I talk, chew gum and walk.
Now, we did have some people from Project Veritas. They're going to call in a little later. Is that we still have that?
Yep. Christian Hartsock is a producer for Project Veritas. Works with James O'Keefe closely, and so sometime after 8 p.m. Pacific time, he is ready to come on.
Yeah, we were sitting here and we were talking last week, and Monty got on the phone, and he was trying to get a hold of James. He was trying to get a hold of anybody, and he got a hold of and you work. Yeah, you got a hold of Christian. You guys have known each other for a while, and he had a chance to work. And it's interesting to see what Project Veritas is doing, and how many real reporters do we have out there that are actually doing some of the jobs that we should be doing?
Well, we'll break some news. We aren't actually going to break some news, but we're going to tell you that Project Veritas has an investigation that they're piecing together right now. Actually, I think they probably released it.
I don't.
wonder if they did.
I don't know. I heard part of it, so I'm.
Did you really? Okay.
Well,
I missed out.
Well, no, I heard part of the conversations that was happening behind the scenes. I don't know. I don't know how public any of that is yet. So I'm putting that on you. So if that actually broke right now,
so I'm well,
it's totally on you.
Now I don't know that it would matter if it would matter now. It probably would have broke last night or today. And that would explain probably why we can get Christian on the phone, but that's probably why James is busy, because I was told James O'Keefe is swamped. He's too busy to even get on the phone, which I totally understand. Busy guy, and I think that they just broke some news yesterday or today. So.
Are you saying he's going to take Hannity over us? I mean, that's.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure who he's going to be on, but I don't know why he would take Hannity over us. I mean, our ratings are better. Yeah, right. Maybe not.
If we had the Batman helicopter, I mean, I'm sure we'd be good to go.
I'm looking for some footage here.
So we got Project Veritas. They're going to call in, and we had, a few other people that we've got lined up that we're going to call in a little bit later. I know that Monty is quite connected on the YouTube side, so he's got a few billion views. People out there that that have
not billion.
I
I have friends that have billions of views.
You have
on YouTube.
friends.
I have friends that have billions of views.
You have friends that
I
have
wish I
helicopters?
had billion views. Yes, I do have friends that have helicopters. Yes, but yeah, so we're going to get Christian Busaith on the phone here right after our next break. In fact, we'll get Christian on FaceTime, and that way you guys will be able to see him too. Christian is a YouTube star. He has over 1 billion views. He's also my co-host on the podcast Fathead, and it's FATHEAD, Fathead. It works well because we're trying to make our heads fatter with information, and plus we're both kind of chubby guys. So
what do you guys do on that podcast?
We have a conversation with each other and with guests, and it's really that simple. We don't go into it with any script, just much like we're doing tonight. We don't go into a script, and we just have a conversation with regular people and famous people.
And so what made him so big on YouTube? What was his big deal there for those people that don't know?
Well, Christian is an amazing actor. He's actually a Broadway star. He toured nationally with a Broadway show. He is one of the main should say actors or stunt people for Devin Supertramp, or Devin Graham, who is a YouTube star in his own right. Has like 8 million subscribers. And so Christian is in a lot of those sports action videos that Devin does. He also does things with Lindsey Sterling, the violinist. He's also done things with the Piano Guys. He works with all of these other huge YouTube stars, and it has made him a star himself. So,
who have you guys talked to on your podcast that you thought was probably? Give me some names, or at least one of the ones that you thought was probably good that you didn't think maybe it was going to be that great.
Sasha Boggs. Sasha Boggs has a podcast with Tom Arnold called Two in the Bush, and Sasha is the nanny for Tom and his 2 children. And they started this podcast just out of the blue, and just because she has an amazing personality. She's hilarious. She's a comedian, and so Sasha was probably the biggest surprise. You don't expect the nanny to come in with these, ringers, and she just lit up the podcast. It was great.
And we were going to try to get Tom on, but we just couldn't make that happen.
I'm not done yet. I might call him later. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
not done.
Yeah. Well,
I've got his phone number.
We got to
Let's call him out of the blue and put him on the spot.
We've got the Oski News helicopter working here, so that can go down there and pick him up.
I think he's still in Iowa, so he's somewhere around here. We just got to locate him. It's 8:01. Ken, do you have some news for us?
Well, Mr. Millage has been out to the courthouse and kind of has an update for us out there. We're going to after that, we're going to take a little break so everybody can use the restroom, get a bite to eat, get something to drink, and then we'll come back in about 5 minutes, maybe a smidge more. But yep, we'll go to Joe, and he's got that report, and then we'll be back here shortly.
Sounds good, guys. Stay tuned.
That's right, guys. I am standing in front of what will become, in just a couple of hours, the hub of activity. Of course, the hub of activity right now are all of the precincts and where all of the voting is happening. But the Mahaska County Courthouse is going to become the hub of activity here in not too long. In fact, you can see the lights on up on the 3rd floor of the courthouse where a lot of the counting will go on. And they have a huge task in front of them this year. Of course, all of the talk has been around the absentee ballots, and data from the Secretary of State's office as of today for Mahaska County, so many ballots have been returned. For the Democrats, 1,735 ballots have been returned. The Republicans, 3,730 ballots have been returned, and no party affiliation, 1,311 ballots have been returned. So a combined total of 6,807 folks from Mahaska County voted early this year. Those are the ballots that were actually received. Now, that's over 70% of all of those who voted in the election back in 2016. So if you went to the polls today and you thought that turnout was light, it probably was, because a lot of folks have already voted early. But things are going to pick up here, and they'll be burning the midnight oil here at the Mahaska County Courthouse. We're going to send things back just down the street to the Penn Central Mall, to the Oski News Studios. Joe Millage broadcasting from the Mahaska County Courthouse. Monty, Jason, back to you guys.
Oskaloosa. It's our community, and we're thankful to be a part of it. Telling its stories, sharing its smiles. We're building community, keeping you informed, giving you a voice, letting you know you're never alone during the victories and the losses, happiness and pain. For tomorrow's a new day, and we'll be there, working for you, ready to tell your story. That's our commitment. It's what we do, now and in the future, because we're always on. We're Oskaloosa News. Oskaloosa. It's our community, and we're thankful to be a part of it. Telling its stories, sharing its smiles. We're building community, keeping you informed, giving you a voice, letting you know you're never alone during the victories and the losses, happiness and pain. For tomorrow's a new day, and we'll be there, working for you, ready to tell your story. That's our commitment. It's what we do, now and in the future, because we're always on. We're Oskaloosa News. Oskaloosa. It's our community, and we're thankful to be a part of it. Telling its stories, sharing its smiles. We're building community, keeping you informed, giving you a voice, letting you know you're never alone during the victories and the losses, happiness and pain. For tomorrow's a new day, and we'll be there, working for you, ready to tell your story. That's our commitment. It's what we do, now and in the future, because we're always on. We're Oskaloosa News.
And welcome back to election night coverage on Oskaloosa News. Here with Jason Van Zetten, Ken Alsop, who's hiding behind the monitor, doing his job, keeping track of everybody. He's waving now at everybody. So we're going to take a look at some of the local races. We're monitoring closely any outcomes, and I was talking to Jason a little bit about his local experience being on the city council and some of his interaction with some of these people running for local office.
Yeah, when we talked about it, I think one of the biggest things, I get the question a lot is, what it was like running and what happens up there. And one of the most frustrating facts that you have is, a lot of these candidates that go out and they're going to run, and they're going to run on their platform, and they're going to be who they are, and they look at you and they give you this great speech. And then all of a sudden, I saw this almost universally from the state level, even all the way up to Washington, D.C. There's a lot of people out there that they even call it at the D.C. level, Potomac fever. And, all of a sudden you get elected. And you've been out there stumping, you've been out hitting the doors, all your campaign stuff, and then you get behind there, and there's this God complex that starts to happen out of these guys, and it's the most frustrating thing, for me, that when you get up there, you the first thing you do, you think, okay, great, I'm here, I'm going to change the world,
So yeah, let's get back to that. So you ran for city council, and what I want to know is what prompted you to put yourself in that world of hurt, because that's not fun. Running for city council typically isn't something that's fun.
It's not fun.
So what made you want to do that and take action and put yourself on the line for that?
Well, I think it was, and this was a little bit before Trump. And so, I was a little bit more vocal, and I began to see a lot of the things that we were seeing here in the town really not being addressed. And, what you have happen is a lot of people get up there, and this is exactly what I was talking about, people that go out and they run on these policies. And then all of a sudden when they have a chance to vote or to take action or to push or to even ask a question, all of a sudden it would just fall off the table, because what you'd see is once they get behind the desk and once they're elected and once they're sworn in, it's all of a sudden the rest of the world disappears, gone. And the only people that are there, and all of a sudden you see the heads, well, how are you going to vote? Oh, wait. Well, we had a meeting over here. And Johnny's going to go this way. And which way are you going to go? I just want to make sure that my butt isn't out in the line all by myself. And I never cared about that.
I want to say, so
I never
that
cared
doesn't
about
sound
that.
like you.
No, I never cared about that. But that's what made me the bad guy on council, is the fact that I would go out and I would question these guys. I said, wait a second. I can't tell you how many times that I saw a council member run on something and said they were going to do something, and then they get there and all of a sudden it was like, wait, who the hell are you? I mean, who was the guy that we all voted for, and why isn't anybody asking you difficult questions?
Yeah.
And it was, I think that point for me, I was like, all right, I've had enough of this. I want to go out and run. And it's funny, I encourage everybody to go out and run. It's one of the things that, when you start talking about, you really do get nervous, because if you're not a good public speaker and if you're not good on camera, and there's a whole bunch of things that you start to kind of sweat about. And I think the hardest thing about it is not necessarily the point when you're out there, talking with people, or looking at people, or getting up on camera. It's dealing with all the negativity that comes with it, personally. A lot of people,
Give me an example.
Well, basically everybody's going to hate you. Anytime you make a decision, half the people are going to hate you.
Sure.
And I can't tell you how many times you get phone calls or how many times you get stopped. And it's fine, that's part of the job.
Mm-hmm.
You get up there and you have it, but people just have and it's not. Today is much worse than what it was when I was on and when I was there. It's become very visceral. It's become very personal to people. And I think before there was a kind of a mutual respect that I could still be friends. I can tell you a list of friends that issues would come up inside the city. And you might be on one side and I might be on the other, but it still didn't mean that we wouldn't go out and we'd have a beer at the bar at the end of the night. Now that's completely changed. Now if we're not on the same side, we're mortal enemies. You're enemies. And it really began to change. It was last.
What was the movement that made that change?
I think honestly, what had begun what I saw happen, it was really at the end of Obama's last 2 years. And what had happened was there was a big push that everybody thought Hillary was coming in, and there was this huge blue wave, and everybody's going to be going, very far left. And what began to happen is everything was conglomerating on one site. So example would be hospitalizations, right? So those people that had laser clinics or all these ancillary clinics that do other services other than what your normal hospital would do, they're trying to now force those, at the time, this conglomeration of pushing everything into one area. And so government became bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. At that same time period, we didn't have the Trump. We didn't know where we were going. We had, the Republican Party really at that point was in total disarray because you just got your butt handed to you by McCain.
Yep.
You had a Romney, right? And we already talked about those two being kind of the prepackaged people that nobody really liked.
Yeah. We had no choice but to vote for those guys.
Right. And so now you're coming off the heels of Obama, and the government's getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And what you saw happen, it was the beginning of the powder keg of people becoming more frustrated with their politicians not doing what they said they were going to do. And I can tell you one of the things that I hate, I've always hated this, is when people say, I want to be bipartisan. I just throw my hands up when I hear that, because it's not about being bipartisan. It's about doing what's right. And generally speaking, when it comes to anybody talking about something being bipartisan, in almost every case, it's about a conservative Republican giving up a bigger piece of the pie so, a Democrat policy could get through.
Don't you think that social media had something to do with this change also, in the ability to attack others more blindly, or shall I say, behind the keyboard? You don't look at others as human beings. They're just people on the other side of a screen.
No, I mean, look at what we're doing now. Obviously, I've done my stuff. I've been nominated for 14 Emmys. I've won one. Okay. I've done stuff like you have too, right?
Yeah.
The minute you put your butt out in front of a camera, right? It's really, really easy to sit on the couch and have a beer and take a shot from the cheap seats.
It is.
Then come up here and do it and put your name on it. And does social media make it easier? Yeah, it does. That's kind of what I said to you. What's nice about doing podcasts like this or doing stuff on our own is we get to fight back here now.
Beware.
Yeah, I mean, we get to fight back. You call in, we get to come back at you.
Yeah, but then there's that news guy that says, "No, you guys have to." And I know that it's only your own opinion. And I'm sitting back here, and there's little steam trails coming off of me sometimes now and again. And I think probably I told you both ahead of time, if you went off the rails, I'm going to put elevator music on the rest of the night, and that's the way it's going to be.
As long as it's
I think we're on the rails, are we not?
I don't know. So when you guys called, like Fox News not conservative enough, I think my antenna started to raise a little bit.
It's not conservative. How about Russia Today? I mean, we could always go that direction.
Well, we could talk about CNN. I mean, would you like to talk about CNN and some of their policies?
We could talk about Oskaloosa News. I mean,
well actually, that's actually a good point, because we had talked about that. So let me roll back into that a little bit, because when we do look at Fox News or CNN or MSNBC or ABC or CBS, or take your pick, whichever channel you want, Ken actually, one of the things that I always respected on council is Ken never took it easy on me. But he was always fair with me. So
he never takes it easy on anybody.
Right.
Jeb Bush.
Especially Jeb Bush.
Yeah, he's going to ask tough questions. You expect tough questions, because if you're going to take, you're going to get into sensitive issues. You're going to get tough questions. And, I don't mind. I don't think anybody out there running for politics, or, anybody on camera or TV or radio has any problem with tough questions. They just want it to be fair and somewhat respectful. And I thought always, my opinion on Ken was he was always fair and respectful. And he's kind of that old school journalist that will, he's not going to run with something on an anonymous source.
Like Drudge.
Right. I have 4 anonymous sources that say you did this.
Yeah.
And it's one of the things that I respect about Oski News. And I think that's why when you look at all these other news platforms, the national media, quite frankly, has made themselves totally irrelevant, because you can't trust any of the stuff out there.
That's correct. Yeah, you can't really trust any of the national media.
Well, the thing of it is if we decided to be a partisan sort of news source, there's more money to be made by doing that than doing actual journalism these days.
Rupert Murdoch makes billions of dollars.
Well, and I think that's why you have all the negative media that is against Trump. I mean, honestly, look at what the TV ratings were. All these guys were in the tank until they started going negative on Trump.
So then let me ask you this. Why would they throw that money away to get him thrown out of the White House and lose all that profit? Because they're making money. They're raking it in right now.
Well, so I'll just say this, because my friends in the national media, so when I'm talking with them, I continually tell them they made Donald Trump.
Yeah.
They gave him billions of dollars in free advertising, and he lapped it up. And they're doing it today, actually, as well. And that's part of the problem with mainstream media is, they get into that part where they think that they're they're the kingmaker. So somebody that's in my position believes that they can be the person that makes the king, and they make the money off.
Well, they
of that.
did. They did make him king.
Well, to some extent, but now you get into the same thing. You look at what's happening on, again, all the network channels that you want to go with, whatever 3-letter acronym that you want. Look at what Facebook's doing and Twitter's doing, and they're censoring those feeds. So, kind of to your point, it is a fact that yes, they did make them, but wrapping this back to where does social media take a play in this? I think most people now are out there talking to other people, and they're able to get their own information. They see something on Twitter anymore, and even the Twitter fact check is the biggest joke that I've ever seen in my life. I'll tell you what, the minute I see that thing, I'm like, I already know that either Twitter screwed with it or somebody else did.
So yeah, well, let's talk big tech. So whether the Hunter Biden stuff is real or not, whether it's been validated, who knows?
The laptop from hell.
Yes. So, but shouldn't that be left up to the American people to decide?
It should be at least investigated as Russia was investigated.
Well, who investigates it? Does CIA, FBI? Who has possession of that laptop now?
Well, so the FBI supposedly has it, and somebody made a backup copy of the data before.
Of course they did. It's probably for sale for a very high bidder.
I used to work in IT, so I almost sit here going, well, who's the creep that crawled through somebody else's laptop before they just wiped it out?
If Hunter Biden had brought a laptop into you, would you not have been tempted to look through it?
No, actually, I wouldn't have, because sometimes what you don't know is all the better.
And I'll be honest,
they may find that guy on a park bench unconscious one of these days.
No, it's not a Clinton deal, so he's all right.
Yeah, I don't know.
If Hunter Biden walked in there, I probably, if I was just working my normal job and I was behind there, I probably wouldn't really even pay any attention to it, to be honest with you. I'd probably, yeah, here you go. And, it's not like Hunter Biden was a huge name. It's not like you saw like Obama or Trump coming through. They'd be like, oh, my God, he's going to.
Unless you're a Coke dealer.
Right. I still surprised, though, that somebody would come in, especially on the Hunter Biden deal, and would hand out that laptop to somebody if that was the case and be like, here's all these videos of me with a crack pipe in my mouth.
And laptops, theoretically, for somebody of his stature, for his financial
right,
is diddlywinks.
Right.
So.
Throw it in the ocean.
Yeah.
I mean,
why would he not? I mean, I don't even, if I saw a laptop, I'd keep the hard drive and shoot it.
Even to this day, I mean, I don't know. I don't know a lot of people like, I'm going to go sell my cell phone. And sorry, man. No
way.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
So to somebody that took in billions of dollars, supposedly, or millions of dollars, and gave some to the big guy,
And the fact is, it's not even investigated. The fact that we don't have anybody that even gets a chance to ask hard questions, and this goes back to why you have, at least for me, I have more respect for local media than I do the national media.
Oh, by far.
Is because you would actually at Oski News would be the jerk and be like, oh yeah, remember that laptop thing with you and the crack pipe in the mouth? Can you explain that? Because, oh, by the way, the picture kind of looks like him. I mean, I don't have to be a forensic expert to be like, yeah, that's you, dude.
Well, and it does happen in local media. So, I mean, when you uncover something, you pull government documents, you find out what your elected leaders are doing. And when you report on that and you just provide the facts, today people think that you have an opinion even though you put facts out. And that's all you're doing. And I don't know. Jason and I have gotten along for years, but Jason always knew that if you screwed up, I was the first person that was coming after you.
100%. 100%. I knew if I got one fact wrong, Oski News would have it right there on their Facebook, pumping it out, and there'd be 37,000 comments behind it.
And I don't think
you were such a popular person anyway. So.
But people weren't expecting.
I was Trump before Trump. He stole my hair.
He stole your hair.
So, but it's trickled down, and you know, the Trump deal against the media has caused extra problems for the media today. I mean, so we have. Let's use the station in Denver. So they had to have private security, and that security person ended up shooting somebody.
Yeah.
But I mean, today, you really have to be extra secure. Ginger and I have had our lives threatened because of the news, that just the facts that we report.
Well, look at BLM down in Atlanta. They tried to burn the CNN building.
So it takes you
gotta have guts.
Yeah, you have to, and it's not patting myself on the back or Ginger on the back.
Being
or what
news,
have you. It's just
presenting
it's a different
news,
world for journalism
presenting
today.
facts, presenting even our opinions. We're kind of putting ourselves out there a little bit. I don't think that's a surprise to you or I.
No, but I do get a not necessarily in your case, but I get a laugh when I look at the national media and the guys that go out there, when you run for office and you take all the grief that comes with that, right? And you get all the backlash that goes not only against you, but it does go against your family, it goes against your kids, it goes against all of that.
It does.
I mean, it really does. I mean, I've had my life threatened when I was there. I've had my family's life threatened. It goes with the territory.
For city council?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
my goodness.
Now, keep in mind, though, there was two big issues when I first came on there. One was the airport. And two was there was a nativity scene that the city council wanted to remove. So,
oh, my goodness.
Oh, God.
A nativity scene.
And it was a huge deal. I mean, it was like I sat there. It was the first time I walked in there. I'm like, there's one thing that you don't want to mess with in Iowa, and that's people's religion. You want to leave that alone.
Religion and guns.
And depending on what your opinion of the city manager was, the city manager was like, no, that needs to come down. And when you look at what the laws are written and how it's written, and when you look at that particular issue, you kind of get in the middle of this and you go, okay, I came down on the side. Yeah, it can stay because, believe it or not, a nativity scene is a non-secular symbol. It's when you get into the secular symbols that you start having problems. So the city manager says, hey, you know what, that's a secular symbol. We need to take it down. So all of a sudden...
So this is a separation of church and state type thing.
It is, but as the Supreme Court has defined it in two cases, both those cases were in the fact that it has to be a secular symbol, i.e., a Christmas tree is not a secular symbol, right? A cross is. Star of David is. Santa isn't. A Rudolph isn't. An elf isn't. Therefore, a nativity scene is not seen as a secular symbol.
It's part of the three reindeers law.
There you go. Three reindeers law. There you go.
Oh, my goodness.
And so, not everybody goes and does their research. And they come up there and, they're ticked off that, they're going to take down a nativity scene. And, at its face, it looks bad. I mean, here we are in small town Iowa. The guy puts up a nativity scene, and we're going to go up there and take it down. Not a good position to put anybody in. And instead of having a meeting beforehand, all of a sudden it got shotgun out and everything was on fire on it.
So Chrissy Rainey wants to know, I just want to know Jason's opinion on the local supervisors election.
The local supervisors election.
Yes, Jason. Since I'm
Please-
not the
please
opinion
inform
person,
us.
I'm here for the two guys that have the big mouths tonight. So.
Oh, well, that's
And I don't know anything about it, so.
I think when it comes to the local supervisors election, I think a lot of that always comes around where people stand with the airport. And I think that airport issue is when you look at it from a couple different angles. One of the things that nobody wants to see is nobody wants to see eminent domain. And I think, depending on who you're supporting, I don't think it's really a Republican or Democrat thing. And I wish, some of these supervisors would come out and talk about really, what that, specific use of eminent domain should be. So a lot of things that when I was sitting on council and it went through, one of the things that I supported was the fact that let it go through to a certain point until we get to the point where, nobody's pulling the trigger on eminent domain yet. Let's get some of the money on the table. Now, I even took it a step farther that I think, if you are going to use eminent domain, And in some cases, the 10th Amendment will sit there and say, yes, you can use eminent domain in the public use. But the problem that I have is that's free. That's supposed to be fair market value. And the problem is when the 10th Amendment was written, fair market value at that time, there's plenty of land out there. There isn't plenty of land anywhere. So to sit there and say it's fair market value, in my opinion, right off the top, it's not fair market value. It should be fair market value plus, 25 or 50%. And one of the other things that I always got upset about was when they looked at this, right? Or if you're going to go and you're going to say, all right, we're going to put eminent domain on the table, they should have talked about right up front, how they would equate this to a bigger standard. And this was one of the things that I supported right from the get-go was, all right, if you're going to even talk about it, it's got to be fair market value plus a number. And if you're going to take somebody's farm away, or a portion of a farm, specifically a farm that's a business, you're going to take away literally profits from that business.
And tax revenue and everything
right.
that goes with that.
So in the sense of these century farms or anything else, I always said, listen, if you're going to put that on the table at all whatsoever, then you should come up with a way that until the sale of that farm, that you replace that income that's lost.
Yeah,
and you, whether you go back and say, let's come up with a 25-year average and say, we're going to pay you not only the premium, fair market value plus the premium, plus whatever you're going to lose, you're going to get that back, so it's not going to hurt you. Now, granted, it's still eminent domain, for sure. Got it. But putting that on the table, I think, makes it a little bit more palatable, at least for people to talk about, because it's hard to sit here and say, when you go out and you look at all the windmills out there that people have put up for the money that they've put up, if you put the money out there, would that have changed anything? Maybe it has, maybe it wouldn't. All right, I don't know. So when it comes to some of these supervisors, I never really hear them address it in the way that I think they should, and either say, what, this is the way that I'm looking at it, or this is the way that I'm not looking at it.
Gotcha.
All right.
So who is running for supervisor? And so we've got Gronendijk and Goodman.
Yep. So those results. So the polls close at 9:00 here in Mahaska County, and there's one full term. It's between the incumbent Mark Gronendijk and a challenger Catherine Call Goodman. That's for the full year, 4-year full term. We also have another race that is between Chuck Webb and Lisa Ocean. Chuck Webb is a Republican. Lisa is the Democrat, and that will be an interesting. There's two Democrats, which is probably, I don't know the last time there was two Democrats running for supervisor in Mahaska County.
Who's favored for these races?
Well, it's Mahaska County, and the county leans heavy Republican. So it's really hard for any candidate to overcome the R here. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Which ones are the R's?
So the R is Mark Gronendijk and Chuck Webb are the two Republicans.
Okay, so what Jason, I would love to be able to handle this and say I like one person better than the other, but I don't know these guys. I'm not local. I don't know anything about the race or these people at all.
Yeah,
you
don't
do.
ask me for opinion because you're not going to.
I'm not going to get it from Ken, but I know Jason can give us something, a background of these people or something.
Well, I'm just going to touch, I think a lot of this, especially in these supervisor races, come down to, who the people that they're talking to and who the people that are around them. Everybody has such a specific issue. And I think it's, every time these supervisor races come up, it really becomes almost a one-issue deal for a lot of people. And really, it just every time, and it's still coming down to the fact that, it still circles around the airport now.
It's still the airport.
Yeah, I mean, how many, it's still going to go on like that. So, the 2080 agreement was signed between, Oskaloosa, Pella, and the county supervisors. I don't see that ever being overturned. Not a judge. We talked about that earlier. A judge, overturning a 28E agreement would, whether you like this statement or not, was the will of the people at the time that was passed. Now, whether the will of people has changed, sure, that absolutely could happen. And if that's your issue, that's great. Now, how many people still stand on that issue? I think at this point, people are just so fed up with it that
honestly, being from Jasper County, a county away, I didn't even know that this was still something that was a heated argument going on here.
For me, I see it, every way. A lot of people come down here and they see all the signs on there, and the first thing that comes up is, it's an airport. And I think when you look at airports, even across the country, these things are always contested because there's multiple ways that you can look at it. So depending on the side that you're looking at it from, whether it's a job standpoint or an eminent domain standpoint, or somebody in a Century Family Farms. I mean, those are all decisions that I think those people are personally touching, and I think that personal touch, whether you're at the local level or you're at the state level or at the DC level, is a big deal here in Iowa. I mean, I can tell you one of the most difficult things, and it's a uniquely Iowan thing to do, is go around and door knock, and that's cold calling. And one of the things that if you're ever going to run for the state offices, they're going to tell you, you have to go out and you have to hit 10,000 doors.
Yeah.
10,000 doors. And that means you're basically starting in March, and you're basically doing it for 2 or 3 days per week. And all you're doing is you're walking around and you're knocking on doors and you're shaking hands. And I can tell you that is a unique experience all to its own. The type of people that answer the door, to the type of people that don't answer the door, to the type. I mean, it's almost a reality show on itself on what you're going to do, because you get caught with anything and everything that you could imagine about who comes to the door.
I did it for 3 days with Mitt Romney way back when he was running for president, and for $1 million, I probably wouldn't do it again.
Yeah, but I'll say this: that when you do it, you really do get a sense of what is really, really important to an individual person, because what you're generally doing is that person doesn't know that you're coming to their door and you're knocking on them. And, I'll be honest, it pisses off like 90% of the people.
Yes.
I mean, here in Iowa, it is kind of funny, because you go up and you'll see, no solicitation in the yard, or I have a gun right next to the NRA.
I have a Ring doorbell, and I say no solicitation. I just use my phone and I tell them go away.
Go away.
Do you think it becomes more pronounced now, though, when somebody door knocks? Because let's face it, neighbors don't knock on each other's neighbor's door and say, I have an apple pie. Or family doesn't come over to the houses at the same. So when somebody knocks on your door,
it's kind of invasive.
Yeah,
it is.
If you're not dropping a package, I'm telling you, get the hell out.
Yeah,
I mean, listen, if you're not an Amazon delivery guy, I don't know what the hell you're doing at my house.
So do you really think, though, that door knocking does much good for candidates now, or do you think?
I think it might actually be I think it may be detrimental.
I mean, even door hangers. So how many times do you come home and you find a door hanger and you go?
I throw it in the recycling bin instantly. I don't even look at it.
I think it comes down to what is your return on investment, and I think the answer to that is I believe in Iowa that, because I think we are a little spoiled, that if we don't have that personal touch with that candidate, all right, and if you're kind of that person that thinks, you could be a Republican, but you could have a few Democrat fits. We talked about this for years and years and years. Tom Riley was probably the greatest example of this. It didn't matter if you're a Democrat or Republican. There was a lot of people like Tom. I mean, you would vote one way, but you were still voting, Democrat or Republican. So, I had a lot of disagreements with Tom, but you know what? I voted for him every time. I mean, even though that we weren't in the same party, but you know what? I could have a discussion with him. Now, again, this was at a time that we weren't so polarized over everything. I mean, there was still a lot of good middle ground that could be had, and whether you broke one side or the other wasn't going to affect my life or overturn the apple cart one way or the other.
I was going to say that there's been a few politicians in this area. It didn't matter which side of the fence, if they were a D or they were an R. They always had the mutual respect of almost everybody. And Tom was one of those folks that most of the time you had respect for him. You may not have agreed with his politics. He may not agree with your politics. But everybody, with Tom, it's go have a beer. Let's just talk about it, or have a cup of coffee.
Right.
And that is kind of a lost art form amongst.
I had a similar relationship with Tom Harkin when he was in office.
Oh God.
Yeah. No, I have a son that's disabled.
Sorry, I'm supposed to be.
So
wow.
Yeah. So
now I'm mature.
Americans with Disabled Act. I mean, that was huge. I mean, he helped disabled people a lot.
Well, that's good. I mean, that's whether you're Democrat or Republican, you should be able to stop it. Be able to do that. And I think it's hard. It's increasingly hard to have those types of relationships with people, because when you're talking about Democrat or Republican, all of a sudden, the first people that, if I'm a conservative or you're a Republican, oh, you're a Trump supporter. You got to hate me. It's like, no, calm down. Wait a second. There's a lot of middle ground that we can be had, especially because I think most people if you're a Trump person, you're certainly not a Romney Republican, a McCain Republican. I don't know where a Bush Republican even. I think those guys have set sail. At least I hope so.
Where did they go? Where did those guys go?
I don't think they ever paid attention to the damn party in the first place, which is why Romney lost, which is why McCain lost. They just thought that they were going to hammer it through. I think much like what the Democrat Party is doing with Biden. To be honest with you, the only reason Biden is where he's at is their candidates were so far left that they had to bring somebody in with just somewhere in the middle to pick up the middle ground. I mean, you can't tell me by any means that Biden's the most exciting guy out there. I mean, Obama. I mean, listen, I get the whole Obama thing. I do. I got it.
Well, name one that ran as a Democrat that was super exciting. Well, besides Mayor Pete. I think Mayor Pete had it.
Yeah, I could be honest with you. I was surprised to see Mayor Pete not go to the top. And we want to talk a little bit about local. I think this is a great thing.
Did Mayor Pete come to Oskaloosa?
Mayor Pete was in Oskaloosa.
Oh,
yes.
Excellent. Okay, I got a chance to meet him a couple times. He's a very personable, very friendly, very open person. I actually, he was probably my favorite Democrat this time around.
And I think politics has a real problem. They really don't want young people inside the party. I know that the Democrats want to come out there and say that they want young people. They want their votes. They don't want them running anything. And that's the problem that you see here, especially in Oskaloosa. Boy, do we hate change here. We love to talk that we want change, but God, don't change anything. Just keep it the same. Yep. And so I see more younger politicians. I mean, listen, I don't think, I don't like Rubio's policies, but Rubio, when he first started out, he had kind of that same, that Pete vibe, young, well-spoken.
He did.
Yeah. Now granted,
all
right.
He wanted nothing to do with the press. He wouldn't give us the time of day, at least me, and a lot of people that I hung around with. He was well-spoken, but he didn't want to have conversations with people one-on-one for sure. He didn't do the Iowa thing, and I think that's why he didn't really have a chance at winning Iowa.
No, I'm really surprised that when you look at Pete that he wasn't able to lock up that out of all of them. And
he had the most energy, I think.
I think he had the most energy. I think he had the most stamina. I think he had, regardless, we talked about this. He had the biggest, probably more independent and massive. He was probably more like what I would consider to be a kind of mainstream
centrist.
Democrat. Yeah, like he was more in that boat where the rest of them are just
kind of out there, the Bernies and
I mean, I don't know how you can go. Yeah, I don't know how you can go with some of this stuff. I mean, that's the problem that you have. I think when you get out in the independent world and you start looking at people, how we're going to pay for this. And I think you see a lot of things, especially with Obamacare, what it's affecting for people. I mean, look at where your premium's at now to what your coverages were. I mean, I think the biggest fact that you have now that frustrates, I think, so many Americans is look at what your deductible is. I mean, my deductible went from $500 almost up to $5,000. I mean, some of this stuff is just insane. And what drives me nuts is you can't even go out and get a supplemental insurance, or let's say you wanted to,
my goodness.
to buy that down, and I can't do it.
Nope.
So let me circle this because the polls are going to be closing in about 15 minutes.
And we're
really
seeing
the
results
focus
on the
of
TV
tonight
too.
Is local, but we love to talk about, you guys anyway, love to talk about politics, particularly the national and state level, but locally, I mean, 15 minutes, and we're going to talk a little bit, I think, about how do we find this balance where city and county. So we know that right now our county is divided. So it seems as though the county, the residents that are in the rural area are not pleased with those that live in the city, and the county right now is so divided. Any suggestions on how to unify? Because we're gonna see some results here in 15 minutes that speak.
Well, that's a problem nationwide. I mean, cities and rural. Those are they're such two different different places to live. It's a different mentality. It's a hive mentality that I see. I've covered Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Chicago, and gone to places like that, and it's just the thinking. If you come into a place like that with any type of thinking other than the way they already think, you will be attacked. And
Well-
and it's happened to me every time, every place I've gone to cover footage.
I think, if you're circling back to Oskaloosa and the difference between, what's happening in the city and the county, I'm not sure there's any way that you can patch those two together. I think there's just, it's one of the reasons, from a national standpoint, it's one of the reasons why we have the Electoral College to actually protect us from the fact that, we don't end up in a situation like where we're at now, where you end up in a Democrat party, what I would consider to be a fairly coastal party, East Coast, West Coast,
Coast,
right?
yep.
Right. And so, there's those of us that are stuck in the middle that aren't controlled by, quote unquote, those mainstream cities. So when you look at what we're looking at here, it's tough to sit there and say, what's the one thing that's going to bring everything together for us? We got Charlie Comfort coming back from his reporting.
Hey,
here.
welcome.
He's going to sit in. I'm assuming that's why Ken's pushing that up there. So
That mic is live, so yeah, we can see you. Pull the mic up and yeah, tell us what you've been up to.
Charlie, let me bring you in here because you just walked in. One of the things that I think that probably most people want to hear, at least especially from a local standpoint, because a lot of people know me and a lot of people know you, and we've had this conversation now. Oskaloosa hates change, and I don't think they particularly like a lot of young people being in politics too. And so when we talk about hating change and really not wanting young people, and they really don't want to, have their opinions in there. One of the things that, both you saw and I saw as council is it's always the same 10 people on the same 50 boards for the same 50 years. That's been the problem that people sit there and say, why hasn't anything changed? We got the same 10 people that have been on there since 1960. So what do you expect to change? And then when you bring in somebody new with somebody fresh ideas, all of a sudden you're under attack. So what do you see from your perspective and your experience that coming in here that you guys, if this doesn't change, nothing changes?
I think if that doesn't change, I think we're doomed as a local community and as a society. I mean, for sure you're right that change is not something that ever comes easy to Oskaloosa, though I do think it has improved just a tad bit over the past few years. If you look at some of the other ballot measures that have made it through, I think we're seeing some improvement. But you're absolutely right, at least in involvement, it is the same amount of people, same people involved in everything. And when someone new comes in, they are ridiculed and they are not welcome. They are the anti-everything if they want to change up something that's been done for 50-something years. And I don't know what the answer is to that.
So what do the young people do then? Do they leave? Do they leave town and go somewhere else to a bigger city where they're more accepted?
I think they just quit participating.
Yeah,
Yes.
they quit participating and they leave. I mean, listen, why participate in a town that doesn't want you? I'm just going to pack my stuff and I'm going to go.
Why isn't there some type of a mentorship program put in place for, if it's the same people for the same things every time, those people aren't going to live forever, right? Why don't those people take some of these young people under their wings and say, hey, I want to teach you how to work these positions and how to run the government and how to take over when we can no longer do it.
So I'm actually as the clock is ticking down to the polls closing.
12
I want
minutes.
to circle back around that. How do we work on this relationship? What does the folks in the city need to do to help those in the rural part of the county feel better about the things that are taking place, and vice versa? I mean, we have controversy over the airport. We have controversy over 911 system. We have sometimes controversy over the animal shelter. We have controversy over garbage. I mean, it's just everything. So everything turns into a fight. How do we find some, small measure to say we can all work together just a little bit? I'd like to hear everybody's opinions on that.
I'm not sure if you can. I think that's gone by the wayside, because what you have is you had such a mass exodus of what's happening out in rural Iowa, and just take our county for example. I mean, look at what the demographics are on the county. I mean, you've got to be looking at your 75 plus. You're a farmer out there. Your kids aren't staying around. They've taken off, and so the people that have stayed around are staying here. That they're involved in social media. One of the things that I can give you, the YMCA. I mean, that was a big, they tried to go after the penny, for example. The YMCA was a big, and I can tell you, listen, I get the fact that I don't think tax dollars should be going to do some of this stuff. I got it. I do. But if you don't want to keep something from dying, what are you going to do? Mm-hmm. All right. And so one of the biggest things that we could have done was, again, our generation understands this. there's too big a jump right now. There's just, I mean, right now we have is a huge communication problem where the internet came around, social media came around, the way that we consume and the way that we talk to each other in our generation is so different than what was happening there to be able to sit there and say this one thing's going to happen. I think it's too far. I think it's too far separated right now.
So you need people to be a bridge. You need to choose an ambassador to be a bridge between those two generations is kind of how I view things. Is that something that is possible?
I think, and Charlie, you can step in on this, but one of the things that always sort of aggravated me is when there's this, well, we need to go find this really young person and bring them in. It was, when I talked about becoming a city councilman, it was that mentality of once you got in there, all of a sudden we forgot about everybody else out there. All right. We have to now pack up and be with the crowd, right? Mm-hmm. So you're seven people up there, and I got to be with the 4, or I got to be with the 7. So what happens is those people that are continuously in power, they only want to work with the people that are going to be like-minded like them. So the problem is you're not going to get any of the new ideas, so you end up with the wrong people in the wrong positions that don't have any idea how to grow this town. And that's what continually happens is I'd see, somebody new come in and be like, where'd you get that idea? Oh, the guy over here told me to say it. I'm like, well, this doesn't work. It's not how it is. I mean, go get the guy that has the idea that you don't want to hear, and let's talk to him and see what he has to say.
Well, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head there, Jason. I mean, from my experience, even getting elected in 2011 to the school board, coming in as a young person, thinking you're going to change everything, your ideas are going to be accepted and heard. They're not. You're the young person. They don't. You're going to shake things up and rock the boat. They don't want the boat to be rocked, and that's an issue.
What, the youngest school board member ever elected to that position in the state of Iowa?
As far as I can tell, yes.
And so you said that you felt as though that made a difference in how people perceived you then.
And I think so. Yes.
I can tell you, it absolutely did.
Right.
It absolutely. I can tell you from city council, it absolutely did.
From my perspective, my issue was working with the old guard, and the old guard didn't want to work with me, in my view,
because you were an anomaly,
right?
And they knew they knew they didn't need your vote,
right?
I mean, when I came to city council, they thought I was going to play ball, and in some cases, I did. I was going to do what was going to be right, but I wasn't just going to be. They thought I was another yes vote to their 6, and I wasn't supposed to ask any questions. I wasn't supposed to bring any new ideas. I was supposed to sit down, shut up, and vote their way. And sorry guys, not doing it.
I think if you want to look at the issue with why young people don't want to get involved, that's it right there.
There you go. That's it.
That's it.
You don't want to hear my idea. You want to do it your way. I love the fact that when people come that are 60 or 70 years old, they say, you know what, Jason, you know what you guys need for your generation? You need a shuffleboard. Okay. I mean, no offense, but I'm not planning your party. Don't plan mine. All right. Just let's, if you want to attract young people, go talk to young people. And more times out of not, who's planning for the young people? It's people that are 70 years old,
I don't think the young people want to be heard right now, quite honestly.
No, I don't. I think it's tough for them to come in an environment where how do you foster those new ideas that are so radical? I mean, I think that it's really, really hard for their generation when you look at how big tech has exploded and how they've taken their approach to systematically looking at the major principles of i.e. business or i.e. government, or we're going to take on big projects. It's going to be difficult for sure, but we're going to try to figure out a way to get it done. And that means not only do we have to solve the problem, we're going to have to solve some of the systematic difficulty that goes with, quote unquote, the establishment. You might have to change a few things. I'm sorry.
And then we get down to the issue, though, of change.
There you go. And that's what happens all the time is all of a sudden,
that's a scary word to some old people too, though. Change. I mean, they've spent all this time making it exactly how it's comfortable for them.
And I think
so. You go in with something like Obama, change.
You can believe
that's kind of a scary thing for them.
And look at how change has been, quite frankly, demonized to be bad.
It is.
Change has been demonized to be bad. I don't know if anybody knows that change is here to be good, but they're certainly looking at it as being bad. And so, anytime you bring in a computer, oh my God, and it's still kind of a rural thing. Like I sit here and I laugh and I go, it sort of gets a little frustrating. I get people in there like, well, I don't know how to run a computer. I'm like, you can't. Well, that's fine, but you can't walk in a city and do that. You're not even qualified for a job. Get out.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's a point now that the old computer joke, I don't know what I'm doing. Boy, that set sail like 10 years ago, man. Like it's time to get around to it.
You have to get running a computer is not rocket science anymore.
So we're getting closer. It's 5 minutes till 10.
Yeah, we're gonna have some news
We're
pouring
gonna
in.
send Charlie. He's gonna head over to the courthouse and he's gonna sit there. This is very newsworthy. So the giant chalkboard that's been has.
Oh God! Here we go.
Change.
The giant chalkboard.
It's changed.
Oh God!
Changed, Jason.
Oh my God!
So,
Here we are in Iowa. We have a giant chalkboard.
okay, but no matter how you feel about it,
Oh
we're
God!
not going to write that this year. I think they'll write them on there after the fact when there aren't a bunch of people. But
We have a
Charlie's gonna
Google
go over
Live document to go with the
to
chalkboard
courthouse
now.
for us, and he's going to meet any candidates, get some comments. We're going to watch the votes come in live on the spreadsheet since we don't have the magical chalkboard over here.
You
and I have my own spreadsheet. We'll see.
Do
what
we
the
do we
trends
have a
look like.
camera? Do we have a camera with you to go over there?
We can find one.
Can you FaceTime in? Can we patch him in FaceTime?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we get
Yeah,
one of these
yeah.
numbers.
Why don't you go over there and
give me
FaceTime
your
and
number.
let's-
We can
let's-
FaceTime you right in.
Gotcha.
Let's try to FaceTime it in, because if you haven't seen this wonderful chalkboard, I mean, this is a beautiful piece of technology straight out of 1901.
Is it colored
It's
chalk
so-
or is it
it's so
just black and
famous.
white?
I think the chalkboard was on NBC in '82 or '84.
Yeah, I know, and it's never going anywhere.
Has it?
Yeah.
You know what? We gotta just pack it up and put it in Wrigley Stadium, because nothing ever changes.
But anyway,
right.
so we're going to start focusing on it. Maybe Monty's done he's done a lot of work with campaigns and filming them and what have you. And we're going to go to a commercial break for a while. But can you find the nominee, Monty?
The problem with the nominee is that it has clips from other networks and stuff like that. And I got the okay to air those, but
So how about your original one, though?
my original one still has clips from networks. So
Alright.
yeah, we just can't do that. And I don't have authorization to play that music on another network either. So
All right. Well,
unfortunately.
we'll do. I'll put the spreadsheet up live. We'll come back. We'll rotate through a couple of commercials, and then we'll be looking for some reports from Charlie, and hopefully we'll start hearing some reports as the polls close. So.
Yep.
All righty. We'll catch back up with everybody here pretty quick then.
See you soon.
unrest in these big cities. He had said earlier tonight it was a festive atmosphere, but we'll see how that plays out over the next couple hours.
Yeah, Center City, Philadelphia, virtually closed down. Businesses boarded up in New York.
Period that started back on October 5th. Now we wait for the results. Radio Iowa reporters are monitoring Iowa's U.S. Senate race between incumbent Republican Joni Ernst and Democratic challenger Teresa Greenfield, as well as the 4 congressional races. In the presidential race, Iowa is a toss-up. As always, it comes down to turnout, as Radio Iowa's O.K. Henderson reports.
Secretary of State Paul Pate says his survey of county auditors indicates voter turnout today was strong. He says there is no doubt Iowans will set a record for voter participation this year. At least 1 million absentee ballots were delivered to county auditors' offices by the close of business Monday. Pate says the best news he got today was that the election officials in Iowa's largest counties were able to tabulate early votes in their counties by midday.
Takes away some of that concern people had about, will we have the results tonight? Well, clearly we will. When you have the biggest counties who've already tabulated theirs, that's a pretty good sign, because the smaller counties, their lift is a little easier to attain, and so I'm pretty confident they'll all have their tallies done. So like before 10 o'clock tonight, we'll have those preliminary results.
A spokesman for Pate says preliminary results from today's voting will not be available that soon tonight. State law allows absentee ballots that were postmarked by November 2nd and arrive in a county auditor's office by November 9th to be included in the final count. That's why tonight's results are called preliminary.
Late this afternoon in northwest Iowa, Woodbury County Auditor Pat Gill predicted today's turnout at precincts in his county will be around 24,000.
A lot of people were lining up before the polls even opened, so they had to get through that initial rush. People seem to be doing very well as they're going through the process to cast their ballot.
State officials distributed 200,000 face masks to the 99 county auditors who are in charge of conducting today's election. The state also distributed 1,500 gallons of hand sanitizer to the precincts. At a polling place in Des Moines, a ballot reading machine conked out because voters and poll workers were using too much hand sanitizer. In central Iowa, Jasper County Auditor Dennis Parrott says plexiglass was installed at precincts in his county as a safety barrier between voters and poll workers.
So that people can feel comfortable when speaking back and forth to them. You know, we're making sure that this is a fair and secure election.
Some of the closest elections are in local races. For example, 2 years ago, the race for a seat in the Iowa legislature was decided by a 9-vote margin. If preliminary results provide clarity in races for the state legislature, we may know later tonight or early tomorrow which party will hold a majority in the Iowa House next year. You're listening to Election Night on Radio
in all of the metrics involving coronavirus.
Back. Jason and Monty here. Took us by surprise a little bit. Jason was playing with his princess balloon.
Yeah, well, listen, you got to have a princess balloon over here when you get this stuff out.
I'm jealous.
You know, we're still waiting on some of the election results locally coming in here, you know, as we're looking at the wonderful election board right here that's live Google Maps. Now, we just sent Charlie Comfort over there to bring us some live feeds from the chalkboard. And as I'm taking heat here from some people in the office, some people behind the board, you know, I'm not a fan of the chalkboard, but I almost got hit in the head with a brick, and I know when I'm out there, people are going to be like, man, Senator, what are you doing with the chalkboard? Leave our chalkboard alone. Can you just leave the chalkboard alone? I was like, fine. All right, I'm done with the chalkboard, okay? Chalkboard stays. Wrigley Field stays. Chalkboard stays.
You know, just like a school mascot, we should go kidnap the chalkboard and maybe put it in the middle of a football field from a neighboring school.
You know
or
what?
Like
yeah.
We
should take it and put it down in Pella and see what happens. We can have an interstate war.
War over airports and chalkboards.
That's right.
That's too funny. So we're just watching some of the local, or not local, some of the national news stations. It looks like Mitch McConnell gets to keep his job. And according to whatever channel we have on right now, the Democrats have actually widened their control of the House.
Yeah, and it was funny. I saw Lindsey Graham retain his seat, and so I look at that as being somewhat good news. I'm sitting here looking at some of the forecasting. A lot of things are obviously still in plan. I know everybody's watching their favorite channel at home, and that's great. But you look at Florida, you got Georgia, you got Minnesota, you got Wisconsin. We're at that point in the race right now where everything's going to be able to break. I mean, we're at that breaking point really in the next hour and a half. When we take a look at some of these bigger states, how they're going to fall, obviously Pennsylvania, Ohio, we all know about, Michigan, Wisconsin, all leading right now, all leaning Trump right now.
North Carolina, Trump is leading there.
And I'm sitting here, I'm watching Arizona. Arizona seemed to be another one that seemed to be big in play, but it's still early, and everything that we had seen.
They said that was in play, but if you watch the rally down there in Scottsdale or Phoenix or wherever that was, or Tucson, I'm sorry, I think it was in Tucson. The excitement, the energy, and everything down there for Trump is just phenomenal.
Yeah, and I've been down in Florida, several times in the last 6 months, and I can just tell you this: anybody that was telling me that Florida was going to go blue wasn't paying attention to what's going on. And it's interesting to me, when Trump got in 4 years ago, one of the things that I didn't really kind of tune into what the power is when people you see people making their own Trump signs, and that was because you couldn't get your hands on them, so you had to make them.
Yep.
And he didn't have he obviously had the money. I don't know if he was exactly prepared for how many people wanted these things. And I can just tell you one of the things here in Iowa, and obviously you can drive around town and take a look and see what everybody wants a yard sign, and they're not cheap.
And it's not yard signs; it's flags. People have. My dad has, and he's probably listening to this. So hi, Dad. He's got this huge flagpole and a Trump sign right below the American flag on that flagpole, and he flies it proudly. And people around town, the teenagers that go to high school, they've got it all mounted on the back of their pickup trucks. They tear around town and with their Trump flags and are very proud.
Yeah, and it's one of the things that's I find very frustrating on that, and I see the new movement is to press charges against these people that are quote unquote doing these Trump trains, as if it's some sort of vehicular homicide or something. I think that's just complete garbage. I mean, everybody else can go out and shut down highways with Black Lives Matter and everything else, but you can't go out on the highway with a flag. I think it's just utterly ridiculous.
I didn't realize that they were even doing that.
Yeah.
That surprises me.
Well, I think you probably saw that story here nationally where there was a Trump train and there was a Biden bus going on, and there was
yes.
So,
but that was Proud Boys, supposedly. The Proud Boys.
The Proud Boys, yeah.
And
I don't care who's doing it. The fact is it was fine. They were just driving next to the bus, and that's you're allowed to do that. I mean,
it's a road.
It is a road.
You are allowed to drive beside or whatever of us.
For everybody that's hanging on, waiting for the local elections, we're still waiting for that live.
Ken
feed.
has moved to the microphone, so
Ken,
well, I wanted to clarify. There was some collision that did take part in that vehicle versus bus incident.
Well, it was bikers kicking the bus, is supposedly what the witnesses claimed.
Now, a video clip that I saw, and I'm no expert on this, showed that a pickup truck touched, I think it was another vehicle or the bus nearby, and kind of skipped on the highway.
Oh my goodness!
So
my guess
it
is
wasn't
that
just somebody flipping somebody else the bird. There was probably a few other things that were taking place.
I've driven buses like that. I have a CDL, and that bus could probably take out about 20 cars before it were to get stopped.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it. I mean, obviously, you get in stuff like that, and it needs to be safe. I think when you look at a lot of things, especially in Florida, I think one of the unique things that began to happen that I never saw or never even thought about imagining was the boat Trump train. I got to be honest, I love seeing that. If you haven't seen one of those things, they are straight up awesome. Seeing a river just full of Trump flags rolling down.
I was actually asked to come out and cover one of those via drone, and it just happened to be the weekend that it was down in like the 40s. And I was like, I'm just not gonna go stand out there on a boat. And I had to launch from a boat because legally I couldn't launch from land. It was
one of those guys,
one of those deals.
Yeah.
So I had to launch from the boat and I had to land back on the boat. It was high winds and it was 40-some degrees, so gusts coming through, and I was like, sorry guys, I just can't do it this time. It's a neat thing to see. I saw it from a drone view of another person that covered it down in, I think it was Ozarks,
Right.
if I remember right, and it was pretty neat.
And I think the point that I'm trying to make to that is when you look at the enthusiasm that's going, that you're not seeing the capture on these numbers right now. And when you're watching the Electoral College check in, it's close. Obviously, Biden's up a little bit, but that was to be expected because generally Democrats are always voting absentee, and that's always been a big push. And I think one of the things that everybody why we were talking about COVID is very it's very applicable what's going on here, because in fact that if you're a Democrat voter, most people are very concerned about that. They want you to wear the mask, they want you to shut down, they want you to social distance, they want you to do all of these things. So if you're a Democrat supporter, you're generally doing that. And so what are you doing? You're going to vote absentee. You're not going to go to the polls. So when it comes to this stuff, so everything that's coming out early has been all the early voting.
Ironically, my precinct is a very Republican precinct today, and 90% of the people in there had masks on today. I was quite surprised.
I wore a mask in there, but I think it's up to you to what what you're gonna do. But you already had it, so there's no reason for you to wear a mask. So we think, right? Depending on what science you want to go with. Now, now they're saying the science is you're immune for what? Apparently 4 months, but who knows? That could change.
I'll take my risks.
Yeah, we don't know when people have it or when we don't have it, and I think that's I think when you look at the science, and science is always to be debated, and science is always to be challenged. And when you start to politicize science, it really gets into a bad spot where we can't question things. When you go back to the early 1800s, we were talking about medical doctors washing their hands, and there's little things called bacteria, and it was a very hugely contested thing.
Sure.
Crazy enough that you'd have to wash your hands.
You'd have to wash your hands. Well, back then there was a big argument because they believed that the body's natural oils were cleansing. So that was the whole thing of washing your hands. You were washing away the body's natural defense against organisms. That's what their thinking was.
That's pretty gross. And we were just hearing, right here on some of the early Iowa stuff that they ran out of sanitizer at one of the voting stations.
I wonder if we were to test that chalkboard for bacteria, I wonder if that thing would rank up there with a nuclear weapon.
It very well could, but I think they've shut down the courthouse for a majority of the time. So
just because of the chalkboard?
Yeah, well, I would have, but apparently, you got to write on the thing. So.
Yeah, I mean, it might have COVID. It might have all kinds of other things that the bats in China have. I don't know.
So we will bring you some of the local races here as soon as they start to fill the the Google Live document, which
still it's a big zero.
Yeah. It's a fast mover there.
I wonder if the chalkboard is filling up faster than the Google document.
Yeah. So
I've never seen this illustrious chalkboard.
Sharon, there was 612 and more votes there, so that's kind of interesting. That's a pretty good number from New Sharon.
Oh, that's huge. What's the population of New Sharon? About 2,500?
No. It's 1,200, maybe
1,200, 1,400.
Yeah.
So there's
about a 50% voter turnout. Let's just say something like that. So.
And is New Sharon typically Republican leaning? I would guess. Trump leaning.
Most of the county is very Republican, so I would say that they probably fit in that.
Is that Mahaska County still?
That is Mahaska County. So.
That's a huge jump. Do we have any numbers in Mahaska in Oskaloosa yet, as far as?
No, our spreadsheet hasn't started to change yet, so we're waiting for that.
But we haven't checked the chalkboard yet, so
we've sent a person down there. He's going to be reporting soon.
You couldn't possibly put a camera on the chalkboard. Just saying.
We should have thought ahead on that. Because we certainly could have put a phone on it.
So I
don't know.
No numbers yet. It's still, I would say, in the next 10 minutes we'll start to see some numbers start to fall into place.
It's only
it's 9:20.
It's only 9:20.
So about 10 more minutes, and we do have Charlie over there, and he's looking on to make sure that the chalkboard's still in place for Mr. Van Zetten. And
you know how much junk I'm gonna get the minute I walk out of here. I'm gonna get a brick thrown at my head. I can see it already. I'm like, we're keeping the chalkboard.
Not a brick, just a chalkboard.
It's just the chalkboard. The chalkboard stays. I'm gonna have more chalk in my yard tonight than I know what to do with. Not going anywhere, Van Zandt.
I wonder if the dollar store still has chalk for
Yeah,
sale.
okay. No, they're sold out. And chalk is
I'm not
go.
sure about that.
I just got pegged by a piece of chalk. I think it's already.
I witnessed it.
Yeah, you saw it. If you saw it live, you saw a piece of chalk coming.
It was live. It was the Oskaloosa News owner herself, Ginger, also.
So I think that's she's giving an opinion on the chalkboard, and by that
normally
action.
you don't get any opinions out of us, but I think she just expressed one.
I've never seen a chalkboard in Jasper County that they use for counting votes.
So Monty, did I hear you say that you did not vote for Trump earlier? Is that what you did?
I did not vote for Trump earlier. That's correct.
And you didn't vote for him this year, and you didn't vote for him the first time either.
I did not.
Did you go Democrat the first time?
Nope, I went Libertarian.
You went Libertarian.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So my principle on that is that I'm tired of the pick lesser of two evils. I'm tired of Democrat Republican, and I knew that my vote wasn't going to make the difference for Trump or not. So I, voted for the Libertarians, give that party more power in the future, get them on more ballots.
I think when you kind of take a look at where some of the stances are, and you kind of look at where are we going to go here, and I look at where the Democrat Party is going to go, and so I sort of look, there was a Tea Party out there for a little bit, and then you have the libertarian views, and I see a lot of one of the things that I think sank the Republican Party in so many ways was the fact that they were just like Charlie and I were talking about earlier, is accepting these new policies coming through, and I have just always seen, especially in the Republican establishment, one, they absolutely hate change, and they certainly don't want to take any views from any younger people. And
No.
so when you look at some of the stuff that was going through, whether it's legalizing marijuana, whether it's taking some of the new big tech ideas, or whether it's looking at even cryptocurrency, for example.
Sure.
All of these continuous fighting of a wave of stuff going through. I look at the Republican Party and for not even looking at some of these things, especially with cryptocurrency. Yes, there's a whole bunch of stuff out there, but it's not only Bitcoin that people think Bitcoin, but a lot of people don't understand really what's happening with crypto. It's sort of a secondary stock market in a way, in a lot of ways. For a lot of people, it's a great way to get into it. It is, it's highly speculative for sure, but it's not just like, you're trading currency like it was, when Bitcoin was around. And so now with the, PayPal, I think, again, it's
PayPal has its own cryptocurrency that they're pushing. I forget what it's called.
Well, they're now going to be accepting cryptocurrency as payment. So it's going to be Ethereum, it's going to be Bitcoin, it's going to be Litecoin, and I think it's one other one in there. I think they're going to take 4. So you can actually now go to PayPal. That was announced. It was about a few weeks ago. It was speculated back in July. So I don't know how closely anybody's following the crypto markets, but you saw a little crypto boom hit when PayPal came out and said, listen, we're going to actually accept that. So you'll be able to pay with those types of things on Bitcoin. I think they're planning to do that by the first of the year, but most Republicans, again, against it.
They don't. Well,
they're totally against it.
Part of it is they don't understand it. That's a huge part of it. We, long story short, I was involved in a Bitcoin company, in a company that mined coins. And so we started talking politics. We started talking to some of the local politicians, the governor's office, and Senator Grassley, because he's the head of, was it Ways and Means or banking or whatever it is. And what we found out was that they literally know nothing about Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. So we had to start off by educating them. They weren't really interested in getting educated on it. Didn't really have time to do that. So how do you convince somebody to even consider accepting it when they won't understand what it is?
Yeah, I think when PayPal came out and said that they're going to accept these 4 payment platforms inside of PayPal to actually pay with us, that's a huge game changer into what's going to happen with cryptocurrency. And I think that's again to what people are talking about.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
there are cryptocurrencies out there that are quote unquote used what I would call as an actual currency, is what you're thinking about, the dollar, right? So we can trade a dollar like Bitcoin is traded like a dollar. But there are many other cryptocurrencies that are out there that are essentially just like new companies, whether it's smart contracts or other things that you can get into, that you can trade those that are actually going to be selling a product. Keep in mind, Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett didn't support Amazon coming out, right?
That's
so
true.
he was against them being in it. And then what's he do? A few months ago, he buys billions of dollars of Amazon. One of the other interesting stories that I think you sit there and you look at Tesla, right? I mean,
genius.
Elon Musk his success there. Now, I'm not saying that I'm against electric cars. I don't really care, honestly, either way. I don't think anybody really cares. They just want a good running electric car.
Sure.
I think with what he has done has been just quite frankly phenomenal. I don't know, looking at the balance sheet, I don't know if it's worth the stock price that it is, but man, it's crazy the run that went on in the past year. And again, this comes back into the economics and the politics and some of the bigger stuff. Yes, Ken.
All right. So, me, I'm always let's keep this as local as possible too. So, one of those races we haven't talked about tonight, which is kind of Marinette Miller Meeks.
Oh yeah.
And Rita Hart. We haven't really talked about that tonight.
Now, how is that going? And do we have any results
we
in
don't
at
have
all?
any of the official results in, but that's a race that those people did show up. We talked about the Ernst and Greenfield race, and we never saw those. But
how many times has Miller Meeks run for that office? I mean, it has to be 2 or 3 times.
I was going to say almost forever.
It has been.
I just, her name is constantly on the board.
But honestly, to her credit, it was terribly difficult to upset Dave Loebsack. Whether you agreed with Loebsack's politics or not, he was probably.
Well, he wasn't a bad congressman, honestly.
Right.
He was my congressman, and he wasn't terrible.
Yeah. So that's kind of hard to upset when there's a well-liked congressman.
Yeah.
Let's face it. As a journalist, Dave was always open to conversation. He was welcoming, and he took an interest, or at least appeared to take an interest. And so that would be really hard to upset. So I'll be interested to see the Rita Hart and the Marinette Miller Meeks race and how that comes to being tonight or tomorrow.
Honestly, I didn't see much really out of either of those two campaigns. I didn't see a lot of online presence. I didn't see a lot of, I saw some. Okay, yeah. I saw nowhere near, in contrast to the Teresa Greenfield runs.
Yeah, no, they didn't have near the money.
No, they didn't. But when I look at I think I literally saw maybe 1 or 2 Miller Meeks commercials. Honestly, I saw them on YouTube.
Well, so what I'm understanding and from my different sources is that it was tough for any candidate to get an ad spot past Teresa Greenfield's campaign, though. That it was tough, and the Greenfield campaign bought so much advertising that it was hard for any other candidate to really be in the game. So was that those candidates' fault, or was it, I don't know how it all played out, but yeah, I do know what you're saying. We didn't see those two candidates, Hart and Miller Meeks, as much as we saw Teresa
and I
Greenfield.
didn't see any. I know that Miller Meeks did one event in Jasper County, and that was the trap shoot. But in my neighborhood, in my areas, I didn't see either of them really campaigning. Definitely not door knocking. Definitely, they didn't have any people going door to door. They didn't have any reps in our area at all.
Did you get your door knocked on?
No.
Did any candidate knock on your door?
No.
Jason?
He went with door knocking. I didn't go with door knocking. No, nobody's going to go with door knocking during the COVID stuff.
But did you get your door knocked on though?
No, yes, it was nice. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
Leave me alone.
Yeah, you couldn't watch YouTube without finding out more about Teresa Greenfield or
This is true. Yeah.
Or Pluto. So I use a lot of Pluto on my Roku box and that was a very Teresa Greenfield.
Yeah, Joni Ernst, Teresa, they pretty much dominated it for everything on YouTube and YouTube TV.
And again, Ken, we all understand this sitting here. We know how YouTube works. We know how Facebook, because we ran advertisements. We've gone after the views. We've been there, and we've done a lot of things. And it can be difficult to get on there. I mean, it takes a lot of money. I mean, it really does. I mean, to sit out there and go out and platform, and then, I'm not even sure. I know that we've had this conversation many, many times. How many of those views are suppressed? And, I sit there and I look at it, I shake my head and I go, you get, so many views on one topic, and then you get like, this exponential views on it. It makes zero sense.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's a whole other conversation there, but.
So on that subject, Rita Hart has a substantial lead over Marinette Miller Meeks.
Really? Are you seeing the Secretary of State's?
It's on KCCI, 12.12% or 12.24% precincts reporting. She has well over double the votes over Miller Meeks.
And I wouldn't be surprised to hear that, given the fact that, once again, these are early voting numbers coming in, and so that's a large amount of the absentee. That's a large amount of those things coming in early on that. You're going to get your poll results later as the polls close.
And Teresa Greenfield has a substantial advantage over Joni Ernst as of right now, too.
That doesn't surprise me. I mean, I think Joni's boxed herself in on a couple things, and I don't think that she really came out. When you looked at her ads, and you look at the Greenfield ads, and again, especially in these COVID times, right? I mean, this is where else are you going to get your information other than, a lot of people aren't going to watch the debates on those two. I mean, watching the debates, I think honestly, the presidential debates have burned off a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're not going to watch any local debates by any means. So I think when you look at where you're going to get your consumption on a lot of news media or political media is going to be basically based off YouTube.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up the Secretary of State's website right there.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do as well.
Yeah, I mean we're seeing just a little over double for Rita Hart right now for that seat.
That's a big jump at 12% with 12% reporting.
So I don't think there's anything in yet for the state Senate races, but let's see if let's see 40. We're looking for 40, and this is difficult to use, so pardon me while I jump around through this.
Yeah, so Teresa Greenfield on state secretary, the Secretary of State's.
Yeah.
Teresa Greenfield has a sizable advantage. Abby Finkenauer.
And when it comes to District 40 for the Senate race for us, there's nobody reported out of the different precincts yet, so we're still clear there.
Well, on a positive note, Kanye West has almost 1,000 votes.
Hey, that's the guy that we haven't talked about, huh? Finally,
Oh,
why wasn't he knocking on my door? The one guy wanted to knock on my door.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah.
I mean, come on. That's the only guy that I wanted to come by and knock on my door. Was Kanye.
I think he was probably too busy at his ranch. Joe Jorgensen has 3,300. Hey, that's really not bad considering Joe Biden really only has 211,000 right now.
Have we started to see any numbers yet come in locally?
Yes. Yes. It looks like a percentage of the absentee ballots are in.
All right. We'll bring that up here.
Yeah, that just started to fill.
Yep. So I'm gonna.
Ernst has quite an advantage so far on absentee ballots. That's surprising.
So yeah, with absentee voting, Mark Grunendijk is leading Catherine Call Goodman, 3,800 to 2,500, somewhere there. And then Chuck Webb is pretty much double Lisa Ocean for county supervisor. So
yeah, it looks like Rosenboom is also blowing out Rhoda right now. I mean, 2-1, 4,200, and she's coming in at 2,200.
Okay. Yep. So that's something that we spoke about early in the show was how do you, if you're a Democrat, how do you overcome the R in Mahaska County, and we're seeing that difficulty for a Democrat candidate right now.
Well, they have to change their platform. I mean, that's an easy one. I mean, you can't be. I think. Honestly, when we look at a lot of the stuff, especially locally, it's difficult to sit there and say, you know, whether you're Democrat or Republican. But this being said, when we look at specifically this year, where everything is so polarized, that everybody talks about, you know, whether you're a Democrat, you automatically have this thought in your head that, you know, we want crazy socialist politics. So I think you see, you know, if you look at the ballots overall this year, I think you're going to see more straight ticket ballots than what you've seen probably in the past few years.
Okay. Yeah, and interestingly, most people assume that Democrats will vote early. So you would think that absentee, if the Democrats had a real chance, that would have been.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see that. That's one of the things that jumps out at me right away. Is I'm really surprised almost.
If that number translates to bigger offices, then tonight's going to be really interesting.
I mean, we were just talking about Miller Meeks, and again, you know, you've got a blowout 2-1 right now. It's, you know, 4,700 to 2,240. You know, Miller Meeks Hart. You know, I would have thought, again, you know, you know, going to your point, Monty, if you look at what's happening here.
Yeah.
This is not standard stuff. I mean, these numbers should be completely.
It should be reversed.
They should be inverse.
Yep. Should be. Rosenbaum and Rorda.
But also to that effect, we should have seen kind of an early lead out by Trump too, if this would have held nationally, and we haven't seen that either. You know, we've seen Biden come out, but he's again winning the states that he's supposed to win. So we'll see more in the toss-up states as the night goes on where they're going to be. But I'm actually shocked to see this.
Yeah, I am too. Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
You don't see these types of numbers come out, and you know the other thing is it's 2-1 in almost every one of these categories.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even, you know, a lot of times you're looking at it. Hey, it could be a few hundred votes. You're not a few hundred votes here.
This is double. Yeah, this is double.
Yeah.
2240, 4071. Wow, that actually surprises me a lot. Really does.
You know, let's just, you know, for those of you, here we are local, we're just looking at what the absentee is, but, you know, we just talked about national. The Biden-Harris absentee vote right here, right now, 2268 to Trump-Pence, 4427.
Now
that's
is
insane.
This is a Republican-leaning county, but not double, right?
I would have thought their best chance there was again, we're not a big.
So there's a growing block of independent voters that, you know, in Mahaska County that has grown, you know, that are neither Republican or Democrats. They're independent thinkers, and you know, they're making their voice heard by who they believe best serves them.
But remember what I said early on. I said this election cycle, more than any election cycle, you're going to find more people voting straight ticket than what they ever had because of the polarizing differences between the Republican and the Democrat Party. When you look at these numbers right here, if you had a ballot in front of you, you voted for every R in one of your names because you're looking at this. I see not one race in here that represented a split ticket. Every one of them are either 2,000 or 4,000. They're 2,000 apart. If you were a split ticket, somebody was in there, say your Miller Meeks or your Teresa Greenfield, you would have had a 3,000. You know, you would have had a few hundred votes. You're not having that. You're not seeing. You're seeing a clear-cut, straight ticket result right here.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And I would say, just based off of that, what I'm looking at, and I'm saying in every category here, as these start to fill in.
So seniors, voter analysis just showed seniors. Trump had a huge advantage with seniors, huge.
So
which
and they were saying that wasn't the case, or at
Which-
least that
exactly.
was the push, or you know, it was a push later on. But I can pretty much say, you know, if you're looking at these numbers here, you can't tell me that all of a sudden, you know, as these start to fill in, it'll be interesting to see if that straight ticket theory holds through what happened in Ward 1, 2, 3, 4, and some of these other districts that are out there.
Yeah, and I'm just scrolling back and forth now at this point in time, making the numbers most available to folks. So I'm just scrolling back and forth between the auditor's page here locally and the Secretary of State's website. But yeah, so far only the absentees are available from locally here. But those are, like I said, I just am remarkable to see that the Republicans pulled off the absentee votes that they did in our county. Even though it's a heavily Republican county, it's remarkable to see.
Yeah, I'm shocked to see this right now, and I'm shocked to see the 2-1. I mean, in the back of my head, I was coming into this, and I sort of wondered, like, if all of a sudden with all these people voting absentee, and we're not seeing it quite filter through yet, so we'll see how this ends out at the end of the night. But I sort of wondered what would happen to this whole absentee push by Democrats if this cycle, all of a sudden, they see some drastic changes go Republican. This doesn't look – if I'm sitting there on the other side and I've been pushing absentee and I'm looking at these numbers, I'm going, whoa.
You're having a bad night.
You're having a bad night. And I'm rethinking about what I'm doing on a political campaign if I'm pushing early voting.
Yeah, the wrong people turned out if that's who you're pushing. So we've got Biden 129, Trump 115 right now. Popular vote. Trump has the advantage in the popular vote right now. That surprises me as well.
Yeah, I keep hearing a lot about California, and I thought, I don't think there's a shot in hell. But I hear, there's been more.
I do.
There's been more Republican movement in California than what and now maybe.
Hold on, guys, just a second. It is Charlie. Let me see. Let us call you back on the computer. We'll call you right back.
We're so high tech here.
Yeah, we're
you call us, we call you. That's
you.
how
Okay,
we do it.
Don't show my screen yet.
Band-Aids and speaker wire central right here.
Ken, don't show my screen just yet.
Oh. We don't want to give away any super
secret numbers. I'll tell you when you can. Okay, now you can show my screen. There we go. Now we've got Charlie. Can we hear you?
Well, we can't hear him because you have to unmute him, don't you?
Why is he muted?
I don't know.
Can you hear me, Charlie? Wow, high-tech stuff here, guys.
Do we have one of those little, technical difficulties things that come up?
I don't know.
Let's try this.
Oh, geez. We went from bad to worse.
Can you hear us?
I cannot hear. I can't hear anything. I was able to hear you before, but I can't hear you now.
Tell him.
Yeah, we can hear you now, Charlie. Can you hear us over here?
Are you able to hear us now, Charlie? It's an Apple product. It's bound to fail.
Oh, boy.
Okay, so he should be able to hear us now. The question is, can we hear him? Can you hear us, Charlie? All right, this was a fail. Hey, if you can hear us, I'm going to call you back on my phone, and we'll just do audio.
Yep, and I'll stick up the see.
Yep, we'll just do audio.
Well, you're going to have your good parts. You're going to have your bad parts, but this is
first time trying this.
Not our finest hour. That pretty much started at 7 o'clock. We said not our finest hour.
See what happens when we let Monty talk us into some technology that's like,
I was all for it, and hey, we wanted to put up the number, and I'm like, oh boy, this is gonna go bad. Hey, I can hear it. So this part actually works.
So this should work.
I mean,
Absolutely.
even if we don't.
What do we know?
All right, we can hear you. Can you hear us, Charlie?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right.
So, Charlie, hey, one of the things that we're getting here, and I just wanted your opinion on what was happening down there. When we look at this, we're looking at almost 2-1 on some of these local races with absentee coming in. Are you seeing the same thing?
Okay, you're going to have to repeat that a little bit, Jason. I apologize. You were real quiet, but I can hear you.
Well, can you hear me now a little bit louder?
That's better.
So one of the things that we were talking about here is one of the things that jumped out at us really early is looking at some of these numbers that are coming in on the absentee, seeing those at almost 2-1. Is that your opinion so far on what you're seeing down there?
Right. Looking at the numbers here, and I apologize, there's some more numbers being posted. If we're looking in the presidential race, certainly Joe Biden is slightly outperforming Secretary Clinton from her numbers 4 years ago, if you're looking at the percentages. And President Trump is about 5 points down from where he was in Mahaska County 4 years ago. Those are obviously the early absentee numbers. I'll be interested to see how that seems to go the rest of the night, as I would seem to think that the absentee numbers would probably favor our Democrat candidates. And the county supervisor race is interesting to me. Not expecting to see that wide of a margin. I'll point out that we've got nobody at the courthouse right now. There's no candidates. It's very eerie almost compared to a normal general election night up here.
One of the things that we saw down here, and we were seeing the same thing there, is when we look at these numbers coming in, we were shocked to see the number of Republican ballots to Democrat ballots.
Right. I am a little taken back by that. I expected to see some of these races closer when they started based off absentees. I mean, we've heard the narrative for the past 3-4 weeks is that that absentee voting was said to be favoring the Democrat candidates. It's obviously not the case here in Mahaska County. I don't think any reasonable person expected the Democrat candidates to be leading in absentee ballots tonight, but I certainly think, at least in my own mind, I certainly expected it to be a lot closer than what I was right now. I mean, you're looking at, I think, every single Republican candidate listed on here tonight who's opposed has at least 60% of the vote on absentees, which just I did not see that coming this evening.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we were looking at here. It's surprising to me to see some of the gaps. One of the things that I talked about is giving the polarization that we're inside this election cycle is the fact that people are looking to go either Republican or Democrat. And if you look at the people that say might be going straight ticket, you look at this right down the board and you see, that's exactly what's happening so far when you look at these numbers. I mean, they are almost straight ticket numbers for the Republicans in double-digit numbers. I mean, I'm shocked to see what I'm seeing right now.
Right. I mean, I think looking at Mahaska County numbers, Mahaska County is holding up to its voting reputation. I mean, I'm taken back, but yes, it is holding up to its traditional roots.
We're starting to see some Prairie Richland now just coming in, new Sharon's coming in on some of the bigger ones. So they're filling those in slowly. We'll be going through those and kind of looking at those as those begin to fill in. Are they writing it on the chalkboard, Charlie?
Nothing on the the chalkboard is still raised up. It is not down this year.
So are you saying there is no chalkboard this year?
And I am pleased to report that there are no protesters outside of the courthouse because of the lack of chalkboard.
Not yet. Now we've just broke this news that there's no chalkboard. They're going to mobilize the police department because this is going to be a serious problem.
I will have to.
We need chalkboard protesters down there stat.
I think the most important question is the numbers from the last presidential election still up on the board?
They are not. We have the governor's race from 2 years ago.
Okay.
Some
so,
technology, right?
Yeah, the board is still holding to 2018.
And so our Google Live documents is actually the most current thing that we have. I mean, this is new.
Yeah. No, the auditor has done this for a few years now, and I like it. It makes news people like me. It makes my job a lot easier than trying to squint and pull it off the chalkboard. But I still like the tradition of the chalkboard, even if there's some folks in town that may not appreciate that.
Well, over the years, I've heard the rumor that they just we're going to start to see less and less use of the chalkboard, and I don't know. I don't know what the reason for it is, other than maybe there's some maintenance issues. I don't know.
It's a conspiracy theory.
Maybe we're trying to.
I'm telling you.
It's a
slowly work
semi-permanent
and
record.
change. But that's the rumor I've heard for going back for like 8 years now, is that supposedly we're going to see less and less use of the chalkboard.
Okay, so a little bit, Charlie. This is Ken still. You're really familiar with how voter turnout has been within the county. So what are you seeing compared early on? Are you seeing a heavier turnout? Average? What do you think?
I pulled up 2016's numbers here in Mahaska County, and based off of absentees and the one other precinct that's been posted, we've almost hit 2016 turnout levels. We're definitely going to exceed 2016 turnout levels tonight. This is very high turnout for Mahaska County. I'm quite impressed on that front.
So, what do we have coming in? Do we have any new? Are they starting to release some new numbers yet for voters, or are we?
What I'm seeing right now is in the supervisor's race.
Stick with this.
It's in the top of the top of the ticket race is actually, it looks like they're just now posting the East, West Des Moines, and Jefferson Township precincts. But with what's in right now, it appears that County Supervisor Mark Grunendijk has a pretty, I would call it, commanding lead over his Democratic opponent. I mean, we're looking at 4,651 votes for Grunendijk to 2,821 votes for Catherine Call Goodman. The big news here is that the Prairie Richland New Sharon Township, which was one of the precincts I had flagged as a potential area that could see some support for Ms. Call Goodman, that came in very heavily for Mr. Grunendijk. Almost looks like, if I'm doing my numbers right here, it came in at almost 60% for him. And as we talk right now, they just posted the numbers for East West Des Moines, and 294 votes in that precinct for Mr. Grunendijk to 96 votes for Catherine Call Goodman. And then for Lisa Ocean, she received 93 votes in that precinct to 291 votes for Chuck Webb. I'm not sitting here with all of my calculators, and I'm not a huge numbers whiz, but just looking at these numbers, I think we can see which way that the supervisor's race is going to go this evening.
Okay, so let's see. We only have three precincts reporting in so far, but are you a little surprised at the swing of the votes, considering there was so much talk and concern about spending for legal, lawsuits, things like that?
I am and I'm not. Part of the thing that this election was the unknown, and that was, did we have a very vocal minority and a silent majority, or were those who were generally expressing outrage in the majority? And I think what we're seeing here is that the people who are expressing outrage appear to be a part of a minority. And it's going to take some time probably to delve into these numbers more, but it's certainly, from myself looking at the support that I was seeing in the local candidates, looking at the Iowa ethics filings, it seemed to me like it might be a little bit closer this evening, but it obviously isn't. So from that front, I am a little surprised, but yet it's Mahaska County. I can't be totally surprised when you look at the partisan breakdown here.
No, and Charlie, when I'm looking at some of these numbers, I mean, you look at the people that are not able to report in, just with the two precincts that we have, given the fact the absentee is so big, and the two precincts that we have aren't even close on, when you look at some of, I'll just take, East Des Moines, for example. You've got 77 people that were voting for Greenfield, and you have 317. If you see that through, if you look at the Miller Meeks race, if you see that the Rosenboom Rhoda race, you can go right down the Goodman. Same thing with Grunendijk. The fact is almost, I'll even go on the record saying, I mean, this is over. I mean, you're not going to be able to make up in wards 2, 3, or 4. What is left the discrepancy of what I'm seeing. I mean, you're 3,000 some votes. I mean, they're not there.
I would agree with you on that, Jason. I mean, I think if Catherine or Lisa were going to win this race based on, I had modeled some elections over the past weekend just to kind of get a rough idea. Where do they need to be at to win this thing? And based on what I was calculating, they needed 55 to 65% of the absentees to win this thing. And they got virtually 60% against them.
Yeah, no. I mean, this thing's done. The votes, the votes right now. I can just tell you right now what's left out there. I know what's in Ward 1, 2, 3, and 4. You're not going to have the heavy amount to vote. I mean, you would almost have to have, in order to make up that deficit, a clean sweep of almost 85 to 90% turnout the other way.
Right.
Anything around 50, in a best case scenario, I'll say, listen, take 50%. It's still not going to cut it. The deficit's too big at this point, just looking at the 2 precincts and the absentees.
Well, I think what this also shows is Republicans are typically day of election voters, and we're seeing that show up in these numbers as well at this point in time.
Well, not only day of elections, but the absentee. I mean,
I'm confused. I'm thoroughly confused by this. Really.
I'm not. I'm
Really?
not, because I think at this point, when you look at what was going on with the election cycle, that if you were a Republican, I can just tell you this much, that you had to assume that there was so much Trump hatred out there that the only way that you were going to lose is if you, didn't vote. If you didn't vote, you were dead. And if you didn't bring somebody with you, you were dead. But, we talked about this earlier. Again, this goes back to enthusiasm straight across the platform.
Yeah,
they didn't show up.
Yeah, and we just got Adams, Monroe, Pleasant Grove, and Union Mills, Barn City in.
They're filling in right now, and it's the same type of thing. I mean, you're down to, we can just look at some of these supervisor candidates for the Barn City stuff.
Oh yeah.
Goodman Greenwich 57,234, Ocean 34, Webb 246. Again, same type of thing. I'll tell you, not only did Republicans show up 2-1 in the absentee, this to me tells me they damn near showed up 10-1 on election day.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a huge swing.
So Charlie, do we have any candidates there at the courthouse right now?
No, there are 2 people up here counting myself.
Okay.
Are they allowed up there?
I think, and getting back onto the results here, I think the interesting thing to watch at the end of the night is going to be, at least in the supervisor race, is there a city-rural divide? Looking at the chalkboard from 2 years ago, there was not much of a city-rural divide. I mean, the Steve Wanders and Steve Parker held their own in the city of Oskaloosa limits. So we'll see what happens at the end of the night. I'm not too sure that I'm not too sure that Catherine or Lisa are going to carry any precinct in Mahaska County this evening.
Are there any parties? Are any of these candidates having parties at hotels or anything local?
This is Mahaska County, Monty.
Will they have them in houses or barns or what? I don't know.
No,
those parties are now over if you're on the losing
I would say
side.
most of them are at home with their spreadsheet opened up on their computer. And
Really?
They probably have a cup of coffee and a couple of close friends nearby.
It's a
I would say so.
different type of candidates that I'm used to, I guess.
Well, that's Mahaska County Republican candidates. And,
Okay.
It's
Nothing wrong with coffee and spreadsheets.
Well, we'll see what happens up here. I'll keep you guys updated.
all right. Yep. Just give me a call when you come back, and we'll let you into the mall and bring you back into the studio.
That sounds good. We'll see you guys shortly.
All right. Thanks.
All right.
Thanks. All right, so we have another guest. Christian Hartsock is. We're gonna dial him back. He called while Charlie was on the phone. Christian is a producer for Project Veritas, which you might know. James O'Keefe, his organization.
And you guys might be talking, but I'm going to keep the local election results up.
Yep,
on the
that's
screen.
fine. Yep.
So folks are staying in touch with that.
Hey, Monty.
Hey, Christian, it's Monty. We're live on the air. Is that okay with you?
Sure.
All right,
Yeah,
great.
I'm gonna be having to jump on and off.
Yes, that's fine. We just kind of wanted you for a couple minutes to see what your thoughts were on the election so far.
Well, it's looking pretty good it's looking pretty good in Michigan. It's looking it's looking all the counties in Pennsylvania at the moment are leaning red. What do you guys thoughts? What are your feelings?
We're just kind of watching Fox News right now and seeing. Okay, so Biden just won California. That's no big surprise. You're out in California, Biden just won California. That's no surprise. You're out in California, so you know how that goes. But I don't know if he got all of the votes, all of the electoral college votes, but.
You know what's great about that? Only 1% is in, and they're already calling it for California.
They're already calling it.
You know,
yeah.
we could have called that early. Christian, this is Jason Van Zetten, and one of the things that we're seeing out here, we're thinking early, and this was just coming into our local, and we just came out of our local coverage to jump in with you guys over at Project Veritas. And I just wanted to let you know that some of the stuff that we're seeing here in a very Republican county was from an absentee standpoint. We're seeing these numbers come in almost 2-to-1 Republican. And that's from the absentee standpoint. And then as we see some of the local results start to filter in from today, we're almost seeing almost 8-to-1, 10-to-1 turnout. Does that surprise you in any way, or anything that you've seen across the country, or anything reflective there?
Oh, yeah.
Christian.
Hey, Christian, we're having a hard time communicating with you right now. This coverage is kind of in and out.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Hey, we're having some issues.
Yeah, I understand. We're
with the are you guys hearing me?
Yes, yep. Loud and clear.
Let's you know what, Christian, we're going to let you go.
Yep.
We're obviously you're out in California. That's having some difficulty there.
We'll try to get the Democrats are in charge out there.
We'll try to get him back on the phone here when we get a clearer connection and talk more about what Project Veritas is doing. And I think, going back to some of the local elections here that we're looking at, watching those numbers fill in, it's interesting to me. And I kind of wanted to get, what Christian's thoughts were, as he's been out, going through the country. And he's been in the mix on all of this, especially when they start looking at some of the election fraud that they had talked about and some of the things that they're digging into. If any of that is true, right? Again, this is Oskaloosa.
Yeah,
it's Oskaloosa, Iowa. We're not seeing any of that at least happen, at least here, i.e., I'm not saying it doesn't happen. To what extent it does happen. Yes, Ken.
Well, so I just want to go back to the local election here a little bit. So with Black Oak and Scott and Light and Pella all came in, and it was heavily Grunendike, which both Catherine Call and Grunendike, that's their home. And seeing those numbers come in, maybe not a little more even, is kind of really surprising for me, I guess, in what I'm looking at. That's friends and neighbors, and it's kind of the personal award for both of those candidates.
Are we talking about the 24th 93 versus 38-28?
Yeah, so Catherine Call Goodman and for supervisor versus Grunendike, and there's 40 versus, what is that, 346?
Again, you look at the numbers, and literally it's 8-1, 9-1, 10-1 in some of these cases on election day. I mean, it's the same story that we're seeing come up here. So, again, I feel confident, making the call now. The numbers aren't out there to turn this thing around for Gedman. Again, this is my opinion. This isn't anybody else's, but there's no way that I see, possible for them to all of a sudden, come out with, honestly.
And look at the Trump-Pence numbers, 959 to 242. I mean, wow, what a spread.
And if you're just following us now, it looks like Florida has been called for Trump 51.3 to 48.7.
That's a huge win for Florida.
That's a huge win.
Huge.
Now, that's a huge gap.
That is, oh my
you know,
goodness.
and that's how wrong the polling was. And this goes
And
back.
they were saying that Florida was going to be a toss-up state.
It was never a toss-up. If you were down there, I mean, that's a blowout, folks.
That is
an absolute blowout. That's a 5-point
and that's with
spread.
97% in.
Well, Ginger and I went down there for vacation last year at Christmas time, and even at Christmas of last year, you go into a restaurant. Inside the restaurant would be a Trump flag somewhere.
Oh yeah.
You know, they weren't ashamed of that at all.
Even flying outside the restaurant.
Yeah.
You know,
I was down in Louisiana. I was down in Texas and also Arkansas, and it was not uncommon for businesses to have Trump flags flying outside the businesses. And around here, people tend to not want to do that because they don't want to take off a whole bunch of their patrons. But down there, they didn't care.
No, I think up here we don't do that as much. There's several of them that do, but we don't because we're used to glad handing with every candidate. That
this is the first time that I've seen. So in Florida, I was shocked to see almost the amount of businesses that did it. I mean, there was a lot of businesses that did it. And when I, again, trying to keep it local here for Ken, I was utterly shocked to see some of the businesses here on the square today in real estate of all things, flying certain types of flags. I mean, I almost fell off when I saw it. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I mean, it's good to see that support, but again, it kind of goes back to.
It just came through on Bloomberg, Fox, or that they called it for Florida for Trump.
Yeah, I got Yahoo up here, and they're still nope.
No, yeah.
No.
So
but
Bloomberg, Fox,
California, they got right up.
Yeah. Minnesota. I didn't see how many were reporting. Trump, of course, Mississippi is going to win Mississippi.
I'm going to switch the sheets here, and we'll take a look at the Secretary of State's office. And
Yeah, can we take a break here pretty quick?
yeah, we can certainly do that. I'll just turn off the mics, and I'll put up. When we come back, we'll finish talking about, because the numbers for locally should come in, and then we can start to focus more again back on the national side of things.
Well, yeah, like I said, I think we're definitely good with calling the races locally at where they're at, because some of those are starting to fill in. But we'll give it a few more minutes, fill in. We'll come back.
Yeah. I'm
We'll
just
call
going
it
to leave
the
the
Jason
spreadsheet
file.
up. I'm going to leave the spreadsheet up and live, and then we'll be back in a little bit here.
Welcome back to our election night coverage right here on Facebook Live. I'm Jason Van Zetten along with Monte Goodike. And Charlie Comfort has returned back from the courthouse. And, we watched some of these numbers come in. Charlie, you've been watching this a long time. You and I have been in the game here a little bit, firsthand, secondhand. And now on this side of things has been so much more fun. I don't get any problems with much of any disagreements or any ideas or thoughts that I've had except the chalkboard. Which I every time I mention something comes from that direction over there. Oh, she's got a pizza. Oh God, that was set myself up. But when we're looking at the numbers, one of the big things that we're talking about, and again, I'm probably going to mix a couple things together, both national. I know Ken's going to yell at me to keep it local. We're going to keep it local, Ken. I got it. But it's surprising to see the numbers. 2-1, 8-1, 10-1. I mean, these are absolute blowout numbers.
I mean, just in looking at these rural precincts, other than the New Sharon precinct, you look at Biden not getting above 50 votes in some of these rural precincts. Going down to our supervisor's race, it's a little bit closer, but I mean, again, a rural blowout. I mean, that's what's kind of decided it. Let's
something that just kind of jumps out at me here and looking locally, and because Monty and I talked about it. I don't know if you weren't here for some of this conversation, but one of the things that I had talked with a lot of conservatives, had a lot of problems with Joni Ernst, that she'd be kind of this polished politician that really had just kind of, in my opinion, very phony, and just now I get it. I've talked to her, you've talked to her, we've all talked to her. She's not that way in person, but she comes off that way nationally. She definitely comes off that way on her ads and everywhere else. And I thought with the push, I mean, look at the money behind Green. She got shellacked. I mean, we're talking right now. And again, we don't have 5 wards in, but they're filling right now. Oski Ward 1 that's filling in right now.
Hey, Biden broke 50.
So, we're looking at the Greenfield Ernst numbers. I mean, Ernst is at 6,757 to Greenfield's 2,748. And you look at the ad campaign and she
millions of dollars.
Covered YouTube. I mean, we were just talking the fact that you couldn't buy airtime on YouTube because she had bought it all.
Yeah, I'm not totally surprised in the federal races. Not completely surprised, maybe just a little bit, but not completely surprised at which way they're going here. At least the margins.
I'm just watching. If this is typical for Oskaloosa wards 2, 3, and 4, but now what's jumping out to me is election day in wards 2, 3, and 4 for the most part. Again, looks like a 2-1 turnout. 2 Republicans to every Democrat. So, roughly the Rosenboom Rhoda race, I'm sitting here looking at 271 to 105. These numbers, I'm shocked to see this. I mean, I don't understand, in some of these awards, you've got 8-1, 9-1, 10-1 turnout. Here, you've got a 2-1 turnout. You've never seen this type of numbers, not on the Republican side. And again, as we look at our national races coming in here and as they're being called, is if you look at where we're at right now, if this holds anywhere else in the country, outside of where Biden stands right now, and we talked about, where Arizona sits and a few other things, we could be looking at a massive blowout. What are you seeing in some of anything here that's jumping out to you?
What's jumping out at me here is that the city of Oskaloosa keeps up their trend, in my view, of underperforming when it comes to voter turnout.
Yeah, I think it's always been the case.
It always has been. I don't get it.
You know
what percentage of the population is this?
A very small percent. It's crazy that you look at the numbers here. Again, you'd have to
9,000-10,000. What's the population here? 12.
I would say roughly you have what? If you add this up here, just in Oskaloosa, where you're looking at here, 25-30% of the vote. I mean, that's generally where you're at. Somewhere in there. I've always seen, if you get above, and they, I sort of heard that number that you're somewhere between 25 and 30% on local races. And,
so if you compare events, Ken, and When candidates come to town, when the Joni Ernsts come to town, when the Joe Bidens come to town, what kind of a turnout do you think you get generally?
It's pretty split between Republican and Democrats.
But is it big turnouts? Does Smoky Row fill up or what?
Depends upon the candidate.
Depends on the candidate.
Yep.
I think it depends on the candidate and what's going on at the time. I mean, it really. Again, I mean, there's a lot of things that come out. It does surprise me, to Charlie's comment. You look at a very active. You talk about the difference between what's going on with the city and rural. Look at the city and rural turnout votes.
Oskaloosa 2 is filling in right now, guys.
So as you look at essentially a 2-to-1 turnout here in Oskaloosa, you're almost an 8-to-1, 9-to-1 turnout inside the rural counties. So you talk about underperforming inside the cities versus rural. I can't put my finger on that.
We had this 2 years ago. We noticed it in the supervisors' races there as well. Rural just completely swamped the city residents, and I don't get it. If it's city residents, if city voters, if they're completely disengaged from the process, if they don't feel, if there's a disconnect that they can't vote for the supervisor, I don't know. But something is obviously going on, because it's election after election, the city voters do not turn out.
Now, and it's interesting watching the different wards turn out. If we look at Oskaloosa 1 versus Oskaloosa 2, essentially this is just, you were a 2-to-1. Now you get to Oskaloosa 2, you're almost 3-to-1 straight right across the board. Again, I'll just, because it's right here on my screen, the Rhoda Rosenboom race, 110 for Rhoda Rosenboom is 307. Look at the Hart Miller Meeks race for Hart, 111 to Miller Meeks, 302. That's pretty much the standard right down the board. Greenfield, 106 to Ernst, 304. That's a 3-to-1 turnout. You look at the different wards, it's a 2-to-1 turnout. It's very odd to me, to break down what those wards are. And when I was going through my city council race,
sorry to interrupt. Fox News just announced Biden has won Arizona.
And that's surprising, as we kind of look at some of these numbers here. That was a little shocking to me there.
To me too.
Because we were just talking before that race that
Trump is ahead in the popular vote, though, by almost 2 million votes. No, I'm sorry, 381,000 votes ahead in popular.
Yeah, that's surprising, especially when we start to look at some of the stuff that is filling in here from the local races, because we talked about where that translates. And Trump looked like it was a stronghold here in Arizona. And when we look at, it's interesting to balance as we watch two races locally, right? When we're sitting here in Oskaloosa and we're looking at how we're voting here, not only breaking down per ward, but some of these other cities and how that fills in nationally speaking. What some of those are, because I'm not seeing any of the translation between some of these numbers that I would have thought would have come through.
I'm not seeing many surprises here. Mahaska County is living up to.
Let me ask you this, because the one that I thought might be the biggest toss-up here, and I had a lot of people ask me this, was specifically the Ernst Greenfield race. What'd you hear on that in the ground that you were out there talking to? Did you find that what I was talking about was true, or were you in a different camp there?
I heard, up until last Friday, the general consensus I heard was it was going to be a close one. Greenfield may even eke it out. By this weekend, all of a sudden things seemed to be moving towards Ernst. We saw a couple high quality polls come out this weekend, and at that point the narrative just kind of shifted magically. Talking to the people I talked to today and yesterday, it definitely seemed to be like, though, in their view, Ernst was in the driver's seat going in today.
Now, I'm going to give this comment to Rush Limbaugh because I heard it last week, and he brought up the fact that if you see the polls tighten later in the week, you can definitely tell that they were lying to a lot of people. And the reason for that being was in the fact that given what happened in 2016 and what's going to happen this year, these polls have been so distrusted that if they didn't, I'm seeing with your mouth, I'm not looking at.
4-1 vote Republican to Democrat advantage in Oski Ward 3 in the presidential race, at least.
Right, wow. And we're seeing that.
402 for Trump, 85 for Biden.
Right. And as we talked earlier, we were able to call those races almost as soon as those absentees came in at a 2-1. I wasn't quite ready to do it until I saw the first one come in, and once I saw the first one come in, it literally 8-1, 9-1. The deficit numbers and what Monty was bringing up, how many people vote, they weren't left in Oskaloosa. I mean, it would have had to have gone all straight across the board. Monty, what do you got?
CNN is just stating that Teresa Greenfield is leading Ernst in Iowa.
Could be. I mean, we're a heavy Republican here.
48.6 to 48.5. It's a key race.
Iowa Secretary of State has her up by 9,000.
Greenfield?
Greenfield.
Wow.
With 39 counties fully reporting.
That's huge.
And it's sort of interesting to me, because Ken brought this up. You talk about what was the difference between the cities and rural. What is the difference between, what's going on with, how do we get those two people in the middle? And when I look at this, and we talked about generational gaps, okay, and we talked about the coverage of YouTube and all the other stuff, and you look at a place like us, it's a fairly rural place. Those YouTube videos right now, at least statewide, and Monty's watching what's happening over there, a complete different view.
Donald Trump is winning Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania right now by wide margins.
And that's not surprising. That to me isn't surprising as well.
Yeah.
I think, there's a lot of things to take away from that. So.
Well, it means that all that time that Biden spent in those states, I mean, he should have been concentrating on those states. He didn't spend enough time there, I don't think. Kept calling Scranton, Pennsylvania his home, but he wasn't really campaigning there. He just assumed that he had won it.
Is CNN reporting those numbers including, is that election day voting, or is that including absentee?
That is a good question.
I seem to think the...
Oh, boy.
I so wanted to cue up the part of this song. I was like, when you started to announce that, I was like...
Now, that was not my endorsement of Trump in any of this. But the choo-choo
No, we will continue to say this.
Yes.
We continue to say this, that Oski News is an independent organization. He unfortunately brought Monty and myself on as a wild card, and he's routinely brought us back in to remind us.
And we are not impartial by any means.
No, not even a little bit. But it's still going to be interesting. But I still kind of want to focus on the fact that, what we are looking at locally, what we are looking at, some of the takeaways, and trying to answer some of those questions, because I think that we all want to get back to the same fact that, how do we close some of these gaps? How do we talk to each other better? How do we relate to each other better? From not only a national stage, but from a local stage too. So when we look at some of these numbers, and how do they reflect? Is there anything that we can do? My personal feeling, yeah, maybe there's something we can do, but I do feel at this point there's such a general.
I think we need to go back to conversations at dinner tables. I really think at church, at coffee shops, at cafes. I mean, I think that's where it all has to go back to. That's my personal opinion. That's what I do on my podcast, and that's what people generally seem to want to hear.
The last of Massachusetts County numbers are coming in. We can call some of these races for sure.
Spring Creek.
You're ready. Is Oski Food or Oski News officially going to make the calls now?
Well, once the numbers are sealed, facts are facts. So
all right. I'm just you brought on the experts like Monty and myself, and we got Charlie here, so we could have called that.
Made me so nervous all night. Let me tell you.
and we've taken it easy on you, really.
Well, I guess in this case, obviously, Chuck Webb is county supervisor-elect, and Mark Grudendijk re-elected to a second term. really should not come as a big surprise. And just considering the partisan breakdown of Mahaska County, and just kind of that gut feeling you kind of get when you're driving around. People say yard signs don't vote, but I think a yard sign is an indicator of general political support. And I drive to Pella every day for work, and look, I can say I did not see one Lisa Ocean sign or Catherine Call Goodman sign.
You are a serious voter if you go out of your way to get a yard sign and put it up.
Yes.
That's how it
I'll
works
tell
out.
you, over in Fourth Ward, Ocean is covered.
Yeah.
I honestly, that's all I see. I mean, I thought she was. I'm sitting here. I was actually going to bring up this point. I'm going. You know, if anything, yard signs to me are kind of an indication that they mean jack.
Hmm.
They don't mean anything. In anything, you know, I'd almost swing the other way of when I see, you know, peppered coverage of a sign, it seems to be a lack of overcompensation, if you will. I mean,
I see a lot of Trump signs on the way here too tonight. Just
and you know what? I didn't see those up until the last couple of days, to be honest with you.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, I see
one,
them all
I'm
the
not
time.
sure. You know, if people wanted, you know, they're thinking about they're going to get them stolen or what they were going to do with them. But
just want to note now the Secretary of State's office is reporting that Joni Ernst and Donald Trump have pulled ahead in Iowa. Looks like Donald Trump with about a 17,000 vote lead in Iowa, 43 counties fully reporting. Joni Ernst with about an 11,000 vote lead, 43 counties fully reporting.
So, Ken, is there anything more that you want to talk about locally? Did we call everything there for you that you want to go back over or look a little more in depth?
No, I think our local races in the county stage went, and as Charlie's touched on, it's really hard to overcome the R in Mahaska County, and but I do want to keep an eye on the Joni Ernst Teresa Greenfield race, and I need to look at the Marinette Miller Meeks is down right now, according to the Secretary of State's office, 103,000 to 82,000. So that's out of half of the precincts are reporting at this point in time.
Looking district-wide at Lance Rorda, Ken Rosenboom, Lance Rorda. One other county, let's look here. The Secretary of State's office does not have the Mahaska County numbers in this, but looks like Monroe County is reporting, and that had Ken Rosenboom at 2,844, Lance Rorda 961. So you add in Mr. Rosenboom's Mahaska County numbers, and it's about 10,000 to 4,000, roughly.
oh, he's going to wave a blue flag.
I was just getting it out. I was waiting for the moment.
Yeah.
I was waiting for the moment for Ken to go, listen, all right, are we good? Are we good with our local elections? And are you ready to turn this train over to Monty and myself? And
Yeah, I'll reel you in from time to time. We'll still focus back on some of this local stuff. So
So this is exciting. I'm excited now. I'm pumped up.
Well,
the game is afoot nationally at the moment. So
Yeah.
it's getting that point where things are starting to break, and we're starting to see what's happening. And I think, it's fun to watch some of these local races and try to kind of figure out what's happening on a larger scale. When you kind of look at some of the wards that were coming through, and we have the national news playing in the background of saying it was interesting that they're talking about that seniors are breaking for Trump, but that's not exactly the case. That's not what they've been telling us. And you look at what's happening certainly in Arizona, that wasn't the case at all.
Right, well, we're back live on the cameras, so
Were we off the cameras?
Yes, you were off the cameras. We were showing websites, but no, I was not feeding your ego for a while.
So
So
the whole time we were just looking at a spreadsheet.
Yes.
So far,
And I did warn you about the elevator music too. So
and this will be my last contribution before I need to skedaddle. But it appears that Iowa House Republicans tonight have picked up at least 2 seats. Looks like Scott Orth over in Warren County has been defeated by Brooke Bowden. Both
Hey,
parties
wow.
dumping in a lot of money to that one.
Yep.
Democrats, it appeared, based on Iowa ethics filings, seem to feel comfortable with that seat going into the final few days. But
how long has Scott Orth been there? He's been there a long time.
He has been there for quite
12
some time.
years?
At least.
At least 12 years, yeah.
He is gone. And
Oh,
then up in Polk
good.
County, Representative Derry defeated by local pastor Andrews. Derry was who had defeated Jake Highfill, who was a part of House Republican leadership 2 years ago.
Well, that's interesting.
But I would invite any candidate that would like to make a comment on tonight's election to call us on.
Yeah. Have them call them on the number that we posted.
So that number is 641-417-8092, and I'll put it on the screen for a little bit here.
Ken, are you able to put it up there and just leave it up there?
Yeah, I can leave it there.
Yeah, I think it would be interesting to have people call in, especially we went through some of the local elections, what they've seen, what they think.
Yeah, I'd really like to hear people's opinions other than you two's, because you weren't.
That's offensive.
Wow.
That's not only offensive, that's racist, sir.
Republicans pick. This is a fun one. Republican Garrett Gobble defeating Democrat incumbent Heather Mattson up in the Ames area this evening. So we will have Representative Gobble.
Representative Gobble. And that's funny in several different ways.
Do you know how bad I want that nameplate? That thing's going to be stolen all the time. Hey, who stole Gobble's nameplate? Bring it back. How many times I told you guys we want Gobble's nameplate?
Can you imagine if Gobble got the gavel? It'd be a gobble gavel. Oh, man.
And Joni Ernst and Donald Trump appearing to pull ahead now. About almost 20,000 vote leads in both of them.
Trump is 500,000 votes ahead in Ohio with 88% reporting. He is 75,000 ahead in North Carolina with 95% reporting.
You know, I'm just looking at the results here.
And Iowa pulling ahead.
Yep. You look at that Greenfield-Ernst race, I mean, that thing's going to be neck and neck right to the end.
It is.
Which, to me, it's funny because when we were looking at what was happening with local elections, that was clearly straight ticket voting, right? And so if you sit there and you look at this from just the Iowa standpoint, you would have expected if people were going straight ticket. We talked about this earlier, all right? We talked about this Ernst thing earlier.
Yeah, but
Iowa has a tendency. They could split it.
Then Abby Finkenauer wouldn't be.
Well, what
there
would happen? Right. I mean, Ernst should be right up there with Pence, and he should be ahead. That's not what's happening.
It's not.
Trump's ahead, and we're seeing
Well,
Greenfield ahead. So
here's
you got people out there splitting tickets.
Here's a good example: is my son voted for he voted for the presidential candidate, but he didn't. He is disabled, so he didn't study the other thing. So he voted for the presidential candidate, and that was it. So I have to wonder how many other people are there out there like that. They just vote for a couple of seats, and that's it.
I ran into a ballot. On the ballot today, we had some weird things on there that you get into. What's up with if you're your local hospital trustees. What are you gonna do with those guys?
I don't even know what they do.
Yeah, you're right. You sit there and you look at some of this stuff and you go, I sort of wonder how many people just leave that stuff blank. But in the end, you leave it blank.
With judges and things like that, I always vote the incumbents out. That's what I tend to do. I want turnover in those types of things. So whenever I can vote incumbents out, I tend to do that. And I have no logical reason as to why.
But when it comes to I think a lot of people, when it comes to judges, I just vote no. I don't know anything about them.
Yeah.
And I vote no.
Yep.
And how are you going to research a judge? I mean, most people, when you talk about a ballot that has, 20 different people on there, and you're looking at, boards of trustees, and who's going to be the secretary of, this, that, or the other thing, you
got to be a lawyer to understand even what their judge, what they're doing. So it's quite complicated to begin with, and Yeah, I don't tend to do that either.
So they just re-updated this. It looks like Ernst now is going back to where we talked about. She's back up again, almost by a good amount, 25,000 votes. Yeah.
Yep.
And that's sort of back to where we had. Now she's back right up there with Trump. So, we'll see how this goes. I can't imagine.
I'm starting to sweat. This is.
I'm surprised if you look at that Trump-Pence race that Iowa's as close as what we are. I mean, I really am. I mean, that surprises me from an Iowa standpoint. Given the fact that
we're only halfway done. We've only got 51 of 99 reporting. So I don't know which 51. Well, let's show chart. I'm going to hit show chart here. See what that view contest details. I'm going to see. Okay, so not reporting. So we've got some major counties not reporting. Jasper County's not reporting yet. We've got whatever county it is out by Omaha. Pottawatomie County, they're not reporting yet. That's populous. Poweshiek County is not reporting. How about Cedar Rapids? Yeah, Cedar Rapids is in. Des Moines is in. I tell you what, I mean, these are all Republican counties that are going to come in now, except for maybe Waterloo, Cedar Falls.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at here. You look at some of these. You're looking at some of the rural counties now that the late keepers, and this is what we talked about early on. Is as this night goes on, all these rural counties are going to start to come in, and you've got the jump on the early stuff here. But
so Democrats have got Story County yet to come in. That's going to go Democrat, I'm sure. Hardin County is going to definitely go Republican. Same with Grundy. I'm not sure about Grundy. Tama's probably going to go Democrat. Henry's Republican. Wapalla's Republican. Lucas, Wayne, Taylor County's Republican. Shelby and Harrison. I think Harrison might be a Democrat county. Do we have anybody calling in?
Just an overall here. We've got Iowa at 83% reporting. Biden at 47.2.
Whoa! Where'd you get this?
I'm looking right here at Google stuff. If you just Google has their presidential elections up, and I'm looking at it right here. 83% reporting. 47.2 to Biden, to Trump's 51%.
And that's Iowa?
That's Iowa. That's, again, I mean.
Now, how is Google getting information ahead of the Secretary of State?
I wonder.
Yeah. Do they own the voting machines?
I don't know. That's what we had talked about. I've got Secretary of State on my left, and I've got Google here on my right, and I'm thinking the same thing. I'm looking at this, and I'm going, how do they have this stuff?
Can you pop over to my screen for a second, Ken?
Sure. Yep.
So you got?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. That's what I needed.
Let me drop into Michigan because we've been waiting for this one. 50% reporting. They have Biden at 43.5, Trump at 54.3. 50% reported. Now, again, they got to have some big ones out there.
So, yeah, I guess the question is what counties, because you've got your West Coast, which is Republican. You've got your East Coast, which is Democrat. Grand Rapids, Holland, Muskegon, Grand Haven, those are all Republican counties, Republican cities.
Look at this one, Ohio. 94% reporting, 45.2 for Biden, 53.3 for Trump in Ohio.
Yeah, Ohio's huge.
I know, but that's just a massive blowout. I mean, we're not even talking. I don't think we've seen a blowout this bad in a while.
Let's see. I'm trying to find what you're looking at right now.
If you just go to Google right now and you type in election results,
yeah,
it will pull up automatically something that looks like this right here.
Yep. All right. Looking at it.
And I was just trying to get a flavor of where we sit. If everything sits right now where we're at.
So if I go to, so that's Ludington County up there. That is no results yet. That's going to be a Republican county. That is northwest of Grand Rapids. All the Democrat counties are reporting except for, let's see, what is that one north of Flint? Guess it's also Republican. And of course, everything up in the UP is going to typically be Republican.
Yeah, you've got a lot of stuff that's coming in here, and nothing new. I mean, it's.
Well, I want to again go out to make a call that hey, if there's a candidate that's been in the race and or even somebody from the public that'd like to have their opinion expressed, give us a call. I put the number back on the screen for everybody.
Monty'd love to hear from you.
Now I'm getting lost to the junk texts. Just go through these junk texts for a second. Get rid of 10 of them.
Yep, give us a call.
Do we want to try to call Christian back?
I don't think so. I think that was so bad. Like I don't know where he was at, and plus
he's out on a sailboat half the time. So you just never know.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's the place to be for the election. So it'll be interesting right now to see where Biden sits at 209, and Trump. This is the electoral college where we sit. Biden at 209 and Trump at 118. Other than what's already called for Biden at 209, I don't know what else he's going to get. And I can tell you this much: I got Yahoo on one, and I got Google on the other. Yet neither have called for Florida yet. Fox News called Florida almost an hour ago.
Bloomberg called Florida. Google's called Florida.
Right. But these guys are holding off on all this stuff. So you talk about some of the suppression stuff that I'm seeing right now. And I see major networks holding back. And to your point, how is Google getting some of this stuff? Now, I can tell you that Google was the engine on a lot of the other things that when we were inside of the campaign, they were the people that really tried to push some of that ground effort of technology through there. And I'll be honest, I think it's a double-edged sword on a lot of things.
You think they have an into the data?
Well, no, I don't think. I'm not alleging anything with that. I think in this particular case, I think what Google was trying to do is create a platform that you basically use off your iPhones and stuff like that you could report back. And some of it was disastrous and some of it was okay. It's one of those things. It definitely needs to be worked on, but it's great to see a company at least in those aspects. I don't trust them by any means, but what they're trying to do is what nobody else is doing, and not even our states. And we talk about trying to embrace technology on some of this stuff, close the gap on some of what we can bring to some of these rural counties. Other than a chalkboard.
Other than chalkboards. We can definitely improve on chalkboards. So 56 out of 99 counties are now reporting in Iowa. Trump still has a substantial lead in Iowa, yet CNN is still saying that Iowa is leaning Democrat towards Biden.
Do we know which wards and precincts have come in?
Really, the only real Democrat stronghold yet is Mason City and Ames, Story County.
Huh.
So, and maybe those are going to have huge turnout. I don't know. Joni Ernst is still holding her lead with 56 reporting now. Marionette Miller Meeks is still that's going downhill.
As we started to watch this, we're starting to see the pull away now with Ernst and Trump. And these rural counties are starting to come in, and it's starting to pull away now.
Yeah, Trump has a Fox News is giving Trump a sizable lead in Michigan, a bigger lead than he had against Clinton, I believe. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen, and we may never see it again. I mean,
Michigan
10 points in Michigan?
In Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, that is crazy.
I have family in Michigan. My brothers may be listening to this right now, and they're probably jumping up and down. Jordan especially. He's a huge Trump supporter. He's from Michigan, and pretty much all my family out there are big Trump supporters. So.
No, and maybe we'll see this a little bit later when we look at Iowa, but you look at what's happening in Wisconsin and Michigan and some of these other states. You're 5, 6, 7, 10 points blowout. We're not seeing that in Iowa, which is a little bit surprising to me.
No, it's substantial. I mean, it's almost it's 75,000, or no, it's 50,000. And in a state where, what's our population? 5.7 million. Somewhere around there.
Yeah.
That's a substantial amount. Yeah, Wayne County is. Wish I could hear what they were saying. Looks like they're going back to Arizona and reanalyzing Arizona. I wonder if there's now a question going on there.
You mean like maybe they called it too soon?
I wonder.
Again,
you got to be careful. I mean,
they called Arizona early, and I'm looking at it, but they got 74% reporting, and again, these are Google numbers. 74% reporting with 53.5 to Biden to.
But look at all that north. I mean, you got Flagstaff, Arizona. That's all conservative. All up there about by the Grand Canyon. That's all conservative rural area.
And they're just calling Texas for Trump right now at 52.0 to Biden's 46. And that's
and they claimed it was neck and neck.
Neck and
just
neck.
yesterday.
That was just I mean, how do you sit there and you look at some of this stuff, and they're coming out there and
Rasmussen poll. Scott Rasmussen put out the poll yesterday. Said that they were pretty much just tied. And he's supposed to be the best. Yeah. It's like, well, what good are you pollsters? I mean, they pay a lot of money for those polls.
And I think it comes back to, and here's the thing, again, I was talking a little about this earlier, and again, the credit goes to Rush Limbaugh on this. The fact that they were trying to get the polls to tighten up later in the week, because if they didn't get to do that, if they blow it like they have, and it looks like they're blowing it big time again, How do any of these polls now go to have any credibility whatsoever?
Well, see, here's the main problem with the polls is that they do stuff old school. I mean, how many times do you answer your phone when they call you on the cell phone and participate in the polls? None. Who participates in the polls? It's the people with landline phones that have nothing better to do, and they're anxious to just have somebody to talk to.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And you know what? It is that fact of that bias that I know when you're on the phone. And just to your point, they're not only, if they're anxious to talk to you, they're anxious to please you, and the way that you're going to lead that question is going to give them. Exactly. And it's not working anymore, because to your point, we talked about what you talk about, generation things and different things. We're not going to pick up the phone and do that.
No,
it's just not. So that
I'm not going to waste 10 minutes.
Yeah,
on a poll.
That old school method isn't going to work anymore.
No.
And I think
how do you moving forward, if you wanted to become a pollster? I mean, I don't know if there's a school for pollsters. I guess there probably is, statistics or something like that. Where do you get your valid information now? Is it apps? Is it Google? Is it Facebook?
I wouldn't, here's the thing, when it comes to where we're at right now, look at how easily information is stolen. And given the political environment, who wants to go on the record for anything going, well, you know what, how can you protect my information?
Exactly.
I mean, you can't even protect my phone number, let
No.
alone my vote. So now you know.
If they called me, I'd be like, how'd you get my phone number and take me off your list?
Yeah, right.
Go
You know
off.
what? I heard you were a Trump supporter. What? Where'd you get that from? Oh, I don't know.
What are you talking about? I don't know. These pollsters seem to be blowing it. Yeah, Trump has a substantial lead now in Michigan, 54.4 to 43.8. Pennsylvania, 56.5 to 42.1, with over 50% in. Wisconsin, 51.6 to 46.8, with over 61% in.
Yeah, I'd like to know where he's going to stand. You know, if you lose Minnesota and Arizona, where does that put him at the Electoral College right now? If everything were to stay the same right now, where are we at?
Are any of the mail-in ballots included in these numbers?
Yeah, if they're reporting, they are. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Now they're
because they don't have to be. They didn't have to be postmarked till yesterday.
Well, that's going to be the other question. I mean, how? You know, to your point of where does Arizona stand? You know, they know how many mail-in ballots are out there, and so you know you can assume by what you're seeing come in. You know, we saw it here.
Yeah, we saw it local.
You know, if you
we didn't expect that to double the amount on.
But that being said, you can kind of see a trend that you can kind of make. All right, even if it comes in 2-1 or one way or the other, you can kind of figure, all right, that's not going to change the election one way or the other. And I can tell you this. I mean, I'm just looking here at what the vote count is. He looks like Biden right now looks about 2 million votes ahead in the popular vote. So we'll see where that goes. But I don't know what they're going to be able to do even with elections going on for the next 14 days. The question that I have, if Trump comes out and he wins tonight, what's going to be the narrative tomorrow? Is it going to be another Russia story? Is it going to be absentee? He suppressed the vote.
Yeah.
We know whatever. If Trump wins tonight, here's the problem that I always thought is one of the reasons that the polls were skewed so high one way or in the Biden camp was the fact that when we get up tomorrow, there has to be an excuse, and the excuse.
Well, that goes both ways because if Trump loses tonight, he's going to have the excuses too because he might believe that the mail-in is going to bail him out.
I agree, but if you get to the point where Trump wins tonight and he wins the Electoral College tonight, what's going to be the narrative tomorrow? And without those polling data, right, where you can't say you can't sit there and say, well, listen, 90% of the polls out there predicted that Biden was going to win. There must be something wrong. So we got to go figure out what it is. So whether it was Russia, or whether it's voter suppression, or whether it's absentee or voter fraud, or the 100 other things that we got ready to go.
Well, they're going to say. Well, they said that they had Proud Boys, armed Proud Boys at the polls in Florida, telling people to go home and stay safe and that kind of stuff. That was reported earlier, and I don't think there was any truth to it, but it was what somebody had reported.
Yeah, and
who knows?
Who knows? I think when you kind of look at what's happening with the polls and
Trump has won Ohio, Florida, and Texas, so they have declared Ohio for Trump. That's a huge win. You don't win the presidency without Ohio. That is historical.
That's a big one. There's no doubt.
Yep, that is historical. That nobody has ever won the presidency without Ohio.
Right, and they had said that they thought they could drop Arizona, and Arizona wouldn't matter.
I think that may be true. If he truly sweeps Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania now,
well, and those numbers aren't even close. There's like 10 points apart.
Yeah,
and you're talking about Michigan, 52% reporting, 10-point spread. Ohio is a blowout. An absolute blowout.
Ohio is a blowout?
45.1 for Biden, 53.5.
Wow.
That's huge.
That is absolutely huge. And I really like to see Joe Jorgensen up there at 1.1%, above 1%. I like that. I think third party is the way to go.
Wisconsin, 73% in. They're 46.7 for Biden, 51.8 for Trump. And, you're looking at Pennsylvania. And
Hey, Monty.
Yeah.
Do we have a way to? I'll call on my phone and we'll plug it in there.
Yeah, just plug this into your phone right there.
Okay.
And it'll go right into the board.
Are we calling somebody there, Ken?
Yeah, Mr. Rosenboom.
Yep, CNN just called Ohio and Iowa. They just called Iowa and Ohio for Trump.
Hey, Ken, how are you?
I'm good. I'm going to plug you into the board here so you'll be live right away.
Oh, okay, great.
All right. All right, you got him?
Yep.
Ken, are you there?
I am here.
Hey, it's Jason Van Zett. I'm sitting here with Marty Goodite. Congratulations on your win tonight.
Well, I heard it's Jason. I'm having a real hard time
You have
hearing much of anything.
I've got Monty Goodike with us, and can you hear me now? Any better there?
No, I'm getting
You're
getting a lot of feedback.
You're getting a lot of feedback.
Yeah.
But we can hear you okay.
Maybe the best way to do this is just pull them off of that and just hold them up next to your mic, and I get you.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do that.
I hear.
All right, we've got you on speakerphone.
Oh, well, this is really coming through good now for me.
Yeah, and we can get you here. Congratulations on your win tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Any big surprises for you, Ken? When we're looking at the numbers here, one of the things that jumped out at us right away, especially here in the local race, was the fact that it was almost a 2-to-1 turnout in the absentee. To see that on the Republican side, given kind of where everybody's at, was surprising. Is that surprising to you? Is that what you were seeing from the state? Did they kind of give you guys a heads up that we were seeing a big Republican push?
No one gave me a heads up, but it is, first of all, it's surprising. It's really unprecedented in my experience. But when you think about it, and I'll use my dear wife as an example, she voted absentee. I didn't. I'm a traditionalist. I went to vote this morning. But many of my acquaintances did vote absentee, primarily because of safety concerns. So, but we all knew that was going to be part of one of the components of this, but to have it be so heavily weighted toward the Republican side is very surprising to me.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that, and when even we look at some of the breakdowns on election day here in Oskaloosa, most of the wards were a 2-to-1 Republican,
right,
3-to-1. Not necessarily surprising, but again, when you kind of look at the big swath right across the board, and you get outside into some of the other counties that are outside of Mahaska, those were 8-to-1, 9-to-1 Republican.
Right.
Those were a surprising push. Did you guys do anything at the state at all that you saw that? Again, I mean, was there a push? Did the state see this at all? I mean, I know that you're talking with those guys, with everybody straight across the board up there. Do they see anything?
Well, no, I was, when Ken called here, I was just watching my friend Jack Whitford was speaking. He had Brad Zahn and Jake Chapman with him. Made me jealous. I wish I was in Des Moines celebrating with those guys tonight. But I'll just say this, traveling around the district and part of the state during this season, if the energy for Republicans and for Donald Trump was unlike anything I've ever seen, and the public saw it, the nation saw it in the rallies, in the parades, whether it's boat parades or car parades or tractor parades or flags on combines. There's just this energy in rural Iowa, something like I've never seen before, supporting our president, and that's a phenomenon. It's just unprecedented in my experience.
Well, Ken, again, I want to wish you congratulations. It was a great race. Seeing what we have seen turn out, To me, it's surprising, when I look at seeing what's happening. And one of the things that we talked about here is what happens between, locally, what we're seeing and how that translates to the state. Pretty impressive numbers. And I think, that comes down to candidates like yourself that are out there pounding the pavement and actually understanding what's happening and not necessarily looking at, especially what some of these polls are doing are just absolutely devastating, I think.
Yeah. Well, and if I could take another minute here, guys, Holly Brink and Dustin Hyde have been deeply concerned about Republicans holding the Iowa House. Well, the good news is I see 3 pickups for Republicans so far. I haven't seen any losses in those targeted races, and there may be 1 or 2 lost, but how they can come back from the Republicans taking 3 Democrat seats, it just doesn't seem possible. So I'll be happy to work with a Republican majority in the House as well. That'll make life a lot easier for us, and frankly, I think it'll make it a lot better for Iowans.
Anything coming up in the next session there that you want to talk about, or some of the things that you guys want to focus on, knowing that you're going to have the House, Senate, and the governorship?
Well, job number 1 for us every year is a balanced, responsible budget. And even with this pandemic, Iowa was named the number 1 most resilient state in the country in terms of dealing with the economic impact of the pandemic. We think our budgeting practices that have been responsible and thought through carefully, we're going to continue to do that. So that'll be job number 1, is pass a balanced budget, recognizing that we're not through this pandemic yet, and we have to have long-term vision with our budgeting. And then beyond that, obviously, we're all concerned about the pandemic itself. That's largely executive branch responsibilities, but then if it's still spiking when we get to Des Moines, I'm sure we'll weigh in on that too to some degree. So that's all I'll say for now. I will tell you guys tell your viewers that I am running for Senate President, along with 2 other people. We'll have that figured out this Friday when we meet in Des Moines. But it is a seat that I'm actively seeking at this point.
Ken, I do have another question for you, and this is on a larger national stage. You hear Mark Levin talking about it quite a bit, Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity, Tucker Carlson. A lot of the people are wondering, where do we sit on the Convention of States? We saw that question come up on the ballot. What is the feeling really at the State House for that? I know that was a big push a couple years ago, and they didn't really want to pick it up. Do you have anything to say on the Convention of States?
Well, yes, and there's probably some confusion on that. That question you saw on the ballot in Iowa ballots this year had nothing to do with the Convention of the States. What you saw on the ballot this year was a question that, by Iowa's Constitution, is required to be on the ballot once every 10 years. It's simply a chance for Iowa voters to say, hey, we want to talk something over. And it's never passed in Iowa history. But you're talking about the Convention of States, which would be a national convention convened to actually amend our U.S. Constitution. And there's a lot of people calling for that. I frankly don't think it will happen, not in the foreseeable future. And I just think it's something that's not going to happen.
Is that something that you would support, a Convention of the States?
At one time, I was conceptually supportive of that, but I've changed over time as I've studied it. I'm more and more. You know the nature, the divisive nature of our politics. We're very very divided right now, and if one party thinks the other party's going to just have a convention and there's not going to be a huge battle, that would be naive. So my biggest concern is that a convention of states that many conservatives want could turn against you. And we may end up in a worse place than we are now. So I think we have our elections. Americans have voted again today. We'll see how the presidential election turns out, but at this point, I'm not supportive of it.
All right, Ken. Well, we thank you for calling in. Again, I want to wish you congratulations, and we'll see you out in the trail and out talking to people.
Thanks for what you guys are doing.
All right. Thanks, Ken.
Thank you.
Well, there he goes, Ken Warbensoon with a big victory here for tonight. Not a supporter of the Convention of the States. I'm actually surprised to hear that. I, on the other hand, am. Anytime that I can, quite frankly, level Washington power, I'm all for. I'm a Federalist, and I believe I don't want to confer any more power to Washington than what we already have, and so it is. I got to be honest. I'm surprised to hear. And I was surprised to hear it a couple of years ago. And, I know it was the sediment. And I think it's one of those things that I think there's a lot of people that really don't understand what it is.
They don't. They don't understand the Federalist Party or federalism.
And they don't understand what federalism is.
They don't.
And if you don't understand what federalism is, that's essentially the states having essentially more power than what Washington was. And that was the original design of what the Constitution was. And we've gotten so far away from that where I think, a lot of this is, and I'm moving on from Ken on this, but I think these guys get elected to a position, all of a sudden they don't want to make tough decisions they have to make.
They don't want to make waves.
They don't want to make waves. And this goes to exactly what I was talking about. When I was on city council, all of a sudden everybody got scared if they had to make a tough decision. And I can tell you probably one of the things that scares the hell out of these guys when it comes to a convention of states, that if Roe v. Wade is overturned, and you do have something like the Convention of States that comes back, that all of a sudden they're the ones that have to be deciding, tough decisions like, is Iowa going to have abortion or not?
Yeah.
They don't, that's the way it should have been. If it's not in the Constitution, those powers are conferred back to the state. And I think there's a lot of people that are just damn scared to be able to come out and say, no, I'm going to fight for this, or I'm not going to fight for this. And I'm just utterly floored when I hear anybody goes, no, let's let them make that decision.
Hey, do you mind if we give Christian Busaith a call?
Yeah,
quick?
Let's bring in Project Veritas if we can.
This is Christian Busaith. This is my fathead partner in crime. If he answers. Hello? Hey, Christian, you're live on the air.
Oh, hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Are you watching the election coverage tonight?
I am not.
Oh, you're not watching the election coverage tonight, and you knew I was going to call you and ask you about the election? Oh, my goodness.
Well, I've been I'll check here and there.
Yeah. Oh, no worries then. No worries. I won't. I won't bug you then. I just figured you'd be glued to the TV.
Oh yeah. Well, no, I've been glued to the news. I mean, I see Joe Biden's got 205 and Trump has got 136. So.
Okay. I just had an alert come through to my watch that Joe Biden will be addressing the nation shortly.
Oh, no kidding.
Yes. So, well, hey, I'll tell you what. I will let you go, and we'll probably talk to you tomorrow.
All right. You got it.
Thanks, Christian. Okay, bye. Well, Jeepers, calling a guy that's not even watching the election coverage, and
your fathead buddy, right?
And he knew I was going to be calling him, talking about the election coverage. So Joe Biden is going to be addressing the nation soon. I don't know what he's going to be saying.
It's funny. The only reason that you're going to be addressing the nation right now is to concede. And as I'm looking at everything right now,
I think that's what he has to do.
Nobody, I mean, but again, if everything breaks this way, I mean, it looks like everything's going to hold as it is. So,
well, Nevada's really the only one that's completely no results yet, but it's not a big enough state to really make it.
I think basically it goes like this: if he didn't win, he would have had to pick up Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Florida, Texas, one of those to be in play.
Well,
you can't lose them all.
Like I said, you can't win the presidency without Ohio. It's
Right.
never happened before.
Right.
and it looks like it's not going to happen this time.
So I would say those guys are looking at this. I mean, everything looks like it's going to hold. Nevada's probably going to go. It looks like probably Trump.
And Michigan just added 2 more red counties.
Yeah. So I mean, that's it.
And now
here we are probably about 11:15, and we're going to see that.
I think before midnight we're going to know who won this election.
So you know me, I'm always pulling back to as local as I can.
No, that's
Yes.
never happened once.
Yeah, no, I know.
Oh, whoa,
So-
Greenfield and Ernst. With
Wow,
92%
look at that.
in.
That is a huge switch.
Wow.
That is a huge switch.
Okay.
Is that where you're going,
And
Ken?
they just
yeah, that was
they
one
just
of
called
them.
it.
The other one that I'm noticing is Marinette Miller Meeks has tightened the race with Rita Hart. It's within, let's see.
Oh, it's within
it's
9,000
within-
points, 9,000
it's
votes.
highly contested, I would say, still at this point in time.
And then 17 of 24 counties reporting us all.
Right. So if it's the more rural counties, which are typically later reporters, that
Yep.
could bode well for Marinette Miller Meeks.
It could. She might just win finally.
Yes.
Oh, geez.
Finally,
After
after running how
30
many
years,
times? 3 or 4 times.
I mean, I can remember going to conventions and seeing.
Oh,
you
that
know,
poor woman.
Yeah, she had an ambulance up there with Miller Meeks on there. I was like, what do we have going on with this?
The Associated Press calls Minnesota race for Biden. That's no surprise.
You know, what's funny is I flipped over here to the Drudge Report to see where we're at, and they've got Biden, at 49.7 and Trump at 48.58. But if Biden's coming on to talk, he's not going to give unless he's going to come out and say, I'm not going to concede. We're going to wait till all the votes come in.
Yeah.
You guys aren't going to know tonight.
That could be what it is too.
That could be, go to bed. This thing's going to wait 2 weeks. We're going to go challenge it. We're going to go challenge here. We've seen voter fraud. I think if he's going to pull something, now's the time to do it. And I think they might have had this up their sleeve if they saw this come down and be like, hey, you know what we've seen, we've got
suspicious
Trump.
activity places.
Yes.
And
Well, this would be a page out of "Don't Do What Hillary Did," and for the after election celebration, and nothing happened. So.
Oh, do you remember the George Bush and Al Gore? Where you were?
Oh
around,
yeah,
you were
the
around
hanging
chads.
Yes, that went on.
My
forever.
wife and I were talking about that the other day, and how long that went on for 30 days.
Yeah, that went on forever, and
it was just crazy. Never forget that. All the court cases, and we were all glued to the news for 30 days.
right, and the hanging Chad was
Oh,
a
I
joke.
remember this
mean,
picture of this guy with his glasses and trying to look into this light to see if this
What
Chad
are we gonna
had
do?
been touched. And it was gold. That was a photographer's dream right there. If I could have just been there.
So what time is Biden projected to speak?
Joe Biden to make statement shortly, says CNN.
Okay, well, Hillary Clinton was supposed to make a statement shortly.
Yeah,
too.
you know what? I'm not seeing that reported anywhere else.
Yeah, it's literally in big broad statement on bottom of CNN.
So you would
Biden and Jennifer Jacobs just tweeted Biden to speak very shortly. So Jennifer, who reports for Bloomberg, is usually right on the money. She's the
she's got
White
quite
House
the connection to
correspondent.
Iowa there too.
She does.
Yeah.
Yeah, she still has quite a bit of connections and stuff. So yeah, Jennifer's a good friend. Good friend to have inside the White House.
It's funny the way that again, you sit here and you watch big tech, and depending on how you want to take this, neither one of these two, Google or Yahoo, have posted anything. Any of these states that they have called, they've got Biden up by 100 electoral points everywhere. So if you just came to their front page, you like, oh, this thing's over. So it's going to be shocking to a lot of people that are out there looking on the internet, watching this, and they see this at their homepage, and then all of a sudden, if this happens, that Biden comes on and concedes, they're going to go, what's going on here?
What?
Yeah, they would have went to bed tonight thinking, oh, it's over.
It's over.
Yeah.
It's over. And I'm not seeing any of these places. Drudge, and Drudge has become an absolute disgrace.
Yeah,
That guy used to be, and this I think when you look at
Drudge is the TMZ of news.
I think he used to be, listen, he used to be decent. He used to be somewhat objective. And I think when you talk about, somebody that was going out and making money, and you look at what he was trying to do, we talk about, even, again, I'll bring it back local for Ken. When you have integrity in what you do, and you try to actually find what the truth of the story is, when you dig into some of the stuff that we had talked about, when you look at some of the video that you have to try what the, what the story is, it's probably not all that sexy, and it's probably not going to make that much money. But you know what? If I flip the story, and you almost have to wonder how much Drudge is suffering to the point that he's had to come out and basically turn everything that he's done. And now it's almost like another CNN. I go on there, and again, I was looking at it here. I'm like, hey, what do you report? You're reporting the same thing Yahoo and Google are reporting.
But I still use them as a news source. Clashes have begun outside White House with Black Lives Matter
that's
and
weird.
Antifa.
Who saw that one coming?
Yeah, everybody.
Nobody.
They vow to stay for weeks.
Perfect. It's gonna get cold up there.
Bring a tent. What can I say?
Yeah,
Race called. Republican Andy Feenster defeats J.D. Skolton in Iowa's 4th District.
Well, hey, it looks like. Oh, look at this. Yahoo and Google are updating their election results. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, look at that. There we go.
What changed? Minnesota.
I think they put North Dakota on there.
I think it was red to begin with.
Was it?
Yeah. Minnesota changed.
I think they added Ohio in. I think they.
Oh yes, Ohio is now in solid red.
Yeah, Ohio is solid red.
And of course, Michigan is going to be solid red anytime, and so is Wisconsin.
Right.
78%.
Everybody else has called it except Google and we'll wait.
Pennsylvania is going to go solid red, and definitely North Carolina. I mean, 94% reporting. Got over 100,000 vote lead.
Well,
same with Georgia.
In Iowa, it looks like District 3, Connie Axney defeated David Young by a pretty narrow margin. So.
Doesn't surprise me. David Young's always been a weak candidate.
Yeah, you know what? David Young, there's a guy that is just an absolute he's a weak. Yeah, I couldn't believe he ever got in to begin with.
Well, it was pure luck. It was remember that whole circus that he went through, and he won it because he was the worst one there. Seriously, there were 5 candidates, and I
shake my head at that one, because you talk about a guy that has no charisma. You talk about a guy that really you've never seen, you've never heard of. I was surprised. I mean, you talk about a guy that you could have picked off. That's the guy.
Yeah,
you easily could have got that guy.
I was at that convention.
You talk about the most unenergizing type of guy that is so wishy-washy.
Yep. He is Mr. Washington.
Yeah,
you were saying that about Senator Ernst,
100%.
But I tell you what, David Young is Mr. Washington.
Yeah, and that was an easy one to get.
So Iowa is solid red now on Google election results. So Iowa has been called for Trump at least.
According to Google?
According to Google.
Does that mean the internet is spoken?
Oh my goodness! Can you imagine what's her name on MSNBC?
I know. I'm like dying to watch this stuff now.
What's this Biden Harris? We've got somebody up there with a mask on, testing the microphones. Is there a way we can't hear that, can we?
Well, can we go? Well, hold on. You got to be. Somebody's going to carry it live.
I can hear it on my iPad.
I put it up there.
Can I play it in the background on my iPad? Just a sound. As long as we're still talking over it somewhat.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're just actually talking about kind of the same thing that they're talking about, and we just have it playing in the background. So yeah, race called. Donald Trump president wins Iowa. A Des Moines Register.
I thought you might have had it somewhere else. I thought you might race called like for Trump.
No, Des Moines Register. That's huge. Des Moines Register calling it for Trump. That's huge. That's a huge win.
Oh, Des Moines Register calling it for Trump.
Yep. Des Moines Register. It doesn't get much more.
Yeah, if Des Moines Register's
calling it for him, it's done.
Yeah.
It's done.
And
yeah, David.
what are we watching over there? Are we watching the hopes and dreams of MSNBC?
This is CNN. I've got CNN.
He had something else over here. So
gotcha.
I think that one's Monty. Nice save.
Thank you. Saved by the cord.
Ah, yes.
Come on.
You know, it's funny. I didn't even vote for the guy. I guess I get excited for people like you that you know people worked hard to get him elected to a second term, and I have to appreciate how hard people work to do that. It certainly isn't easy.
Well, I don't. Are you gonna make me shut that off?
Yeah, I'm gonna make you shut that off.
Oh man, are you gonna go to elevator music?
Yeah.
That is the best part of this whole thing, man. I've been waiting all night for that.
Well, you do it in your car, there, buddy.
Oh man. I guess I can put this on. You can only cut my camera off and turn on the elevator music. So I mean, all right, here. Let me make sure I get my get it up there right. I mean,
So for those that might not be aware, this is an editorial from Jason Van Zetten and Monty Goodeye. This in no way indicates Oskaloosa News' stance on any of this.
Ignore us.
I think we made that point very, very clear.
Yeah.
Well, I want to reiterate for those that may be into the program later.
Oh man, that's too funny. That is too funny.
And for those that love Quad City DJs, you know what it is.
What's Quad City DJs?
That's Come On Ride the Train, man.
Oh well, I mean, I know what the Trump train is.
So, no comments yet from the Biden people? Maybe.
Joe Biden to make statement shortly.
All right. Well, maybe if you kill that audio until we.
That's it. I might not hear it until then, but I don't think anybody can hear that. I can move my microphone way away from it. I don't think anybody can hear it.
Well.
So I don't know. He's going to make a statement shortly. What's your bet? We should make a non-wager bet on it. On whether he's going to do a
I don't, honestly,
I think
unless
it's too early.
I think so too. I think it's too early for him to give up.
It'll be interesting because they talked specifically about him not conceding, and so it'll be interesting to see if he doesn't concede. I'll be honest, I don't really care if he concedes or he doesn't concede. I always thought it was a stupid concept to begin with.
Well, we're gonna know once now he's won Iowa, now he's won Ohio. All he has to do is win Wisconsin and Michigan, and that's it. It's a done deal at that point. I don't see any way for Biden to pull ahead to win it.
No, and I don't.
Okay, so now we've got awaiting remarks from Joe Biden on Fox News as well.
Yeah, everybody's waiting.
Yeah, I mean that could be an hour.
Yeah, so I'll refer back to 2016 when everybody waited for Hillary for 4 hours. So, and I plan to wrap this up about midnight, folks. So
Yeah, yep. I would say how many viewers do we have?
Oh, everybody
We're
else
still
is gonna
15
start to go to
viewers.
sleep, so yeah.
We're down to 15.
We're down to
Come
15.
on, people.
Yeah.
What's up?
I think we can wrap at any time.
I think so too.
To be honest with you, I don't think we need to be on.
No.
We know where we're at.
Let me make the call. As a guy that didn't vote for Donald Trump ever, I am going to say that Donald Trump, I predict, it's my own personal prediction, is going to be reelected president of the United States in 2020. That's what my prediction is.
You know what? And here's a better question for you. I believe I'll give you a more real prediction. Don Jr. 2024 is going to be our next president.
No, I actually disagree with that. You want to know why? I think it's going to be Ivanka.
I'll take Ivanka.
I think it will be Ivanka before Don Jr.
Well, if that's the case,
because I think we need to have a woman as a president. I think that would be a fantastic thing.
I think it'd be great for the Republican Party.
And what was that?
I think we need to have who's qualified.
Well, let's just see if she's qualified. But I think that it would be good if she would run. So
I would not. I'd welcome that. I think she's great. I think what she's done is great, and I think she's done a lot. So
yep.
I sort of wonder, as much as she held back, does she want any part of it anymore? I sort of wonder the Trump family. I think Don Jr. does. Don Jr. seems like he's up. I think Eric Trump is out for sure.
I don't think Eric's. I don't think Eric's interested.
And I don't think Eric has the charisma that his brother does, Don.
No, probably not. But Ivanka, of all of them, I think does.
Could.
So what's all the lights about? A police escort with an ambulance?
Anywhere the president goes, an ambulance goes, and same with a presidential candidate. The motorcade is always followed by an ambulance.
All right. So do we want to wrap this up then, guys?
Let's wrap it.
Yeah, let's wrap it up.
All right. So last minute thoughts. First of all, I'd like to thank you guys for coming in, because I know that this was a little bit crazy and last minute, and but you guys make me nervous as all get out. I'm just gonna tell you.
Did we let you down terribly? I mean, did we?
There
really?
was a few moments when I started to sweat profusely, but
was it me or him?
Listen. As long as we made you nervous, then I knew that we were doing our job.
Yeah.
If you sat there the whole night and be like, "Yeah, it was fun," I didn't. Like,
I didn't cue the elevator music yet, but
wait, I got the music.
Yeah, I know you do. I got the switch. We'll end all of that. Really. But anyway, really, thank you guys for coming in. This was kind of fun.
Thanks for having us.
It was an interesting night of politics, locally, state.
So as a potential announcement, I think you might be hearing more from Jason and I. We're talking about doing a podcast show type thing. You never know. Just keep your eye out. Keep your ear out for it.
Hopefully not these marathon sessions. Right?
No, definitely not these marathon
sessions. I think we're going to get something going between Monty and myself, and that's really credit to Ken. I know Ken has been sitting on this, and he kind of called us both in and said, I'm scared to death of putting you two guys on together because I know it's going to happen. And well,
I think we did okay.
Well, I kind of had a big leash on you guys tonight, so
it'll be interesting once the leash is off and we don't have to deal with any of the censorship. Then we're good to go.
We're definitely going to go.
Tech here,
we're definitely going to go full Joe Rogan on it. I think.
Then we can go full Joe Rogan.
All right. Any last thoughts, gentlemen?
Congratulations to Team Trump Train. Congratulations, everybody, for the good win.
So locally, there's just a couple of small races, or no, I won't say small, because when you're running for an office, you definitely do worry about it. So anyway, we'll finish out some of that stuff on Oski News in the morning. But I guess it'll be President Donald Trump once again this year. Is how the things are shaping up.
4 more years.
All righty.
Yep. All right. Thanks a lot, guys.
So with that, I'm Ken Alsup, and
I'm Jason Van Zetten.
I'm Monty Godai. Good night.
Have a good night.